Good morning, everybody. I'll just wait till it turns to 10 o'clock before formally opening. Thank you.
Useless.
Okay, good morning. The time is now 10 o'clock and the inquiry is open. My name is Owen Woodwards. I am a Chartered Town Planner and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry. If we could just start with some matters of housekeeping. First of all, can you all see and hear me, please? Okay, thank you.
I can see you and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in terms of how we're going to operate today, I think we are now all much more used to this Teams format. If I could ask, other than the advocates from both sides, if people could only turn on their videos when they actually are speaking, please, that would be helpful. And of course, keep yourselves muted when you're not speaking, just to avoid background noise. If you do wish to ask a question, then please raise your virtual hand, and I will come to you as and when. Otherwise, if there are any issues that arise, we'll just deal with them as that occurs. I've not come across anything so far that can't be resolved within a sort of short 5-minute adjournment. So hopefully everything's going to be okay. Can I just ask the council? I believe it is being live streamed on YouTube. Is that correct?
Morning, sir. Yes, I believe it is.
Okay, thank you. So just so everybody is aware of that. Does anybody have any questions about the running of the event or the virtual nature of it?
So I don't know if I can raise at this stage. It's Asta Ranatunga here for Braintree District Council. I'm sorry to begin with an apology, but I should mention a glitch which we became aware of yesterday evening. We're grateful to Mr. Spencer on behalf of the appellant for raising this with us. It seems that external invitees to this Teams meeting was sent a cancellation email yesterday, which was obviously in error. And as soon as we became aware of that, we resent an email to all of those external invitees saying that it's not been cancelled and that it is going ahead as scheduled. So obviously I can see a number of names on this Teams call, and we don't think that there's been any further fallout from that, but I thought I would raise it as an abundance of caution.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, no, certainly not ideal, but it does feel like that the quick secondary email to confirm the position has resolved things. And like you, I'm heartened by the fact that there are several people on the line at the moment. I suppose if any interested parties do wish to raise any concerns about this issue, then now is the time. Okay, thank you. So I think on that basis and the fact that we do have the interested parties on the line, I think we can proceed. So thank you thank you to the appellant for highlighting this, and then thank you to the council for quickly reacting to it to sort of nip it in the bud. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I think before I go any further, I think I'd just like to hear now from both sides in terms of appearances and attendees, please, starting with the appellants.
Good morning, sir. My name is Paul Brown. I'm King's Counsel. I act for Bellway in this. So you've got from us 9 separate proofs of evidence following the discussion we had at the CMC about the format for today and the fact that it's unlikely to be necessary to call all of those. I've got 5 of them in the room with me today, which have been selected largely by reference to the issues that have been raised by local residents and third parties, so I know you're going to come on and hear from. So the witnesses that I've got available today are Mr. Olivier Spencer, who deals with the planning matters, Mr. Nigel Cowlin, who deals with landscape, Mr. Thomas Kopp, who deals with heritage, Mr. Kevin Kay, who deals with highways, and Mr. Jeff Clack, who deals with trees and arboriculture. So my other witnesses dealing with mineral resource, viability, agricultural land are available at the end of a phone line if they're needed. I noted that you had some questions arising out of some of those proofs. We have the answers from those, which Mr. Spencer and I will relay to you if that's acceptable. So I'm not at the moment necessarily proposing to call any of those witnesses, and it depends very much how you want to deal with things today. If there are issues raised by local residents, it'd be customary for an appellant to have sort of the last word in terms of evidence or to come back. And I would at least ask to be allowed to identify a particular witness to respond to a point raised by local residents. But so whether we deal with that through sort of the formal introduction, old school inquiry approach, or whether you deal with it more informally by a sort of round table type matter, I'll leave entirely to you, sir. My initial reaction is that a round table informal approach would probably be the sensible way of dealing with those issues, but that's for you to decide.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Brown. That is, I think that's how I do intend to approach this. It also slightly depend. When we get to interested parties, I'll be asking them if they're willing to take questions. So it might be that we could deal with some of it with the party as that happens, and it will just depend how that occurs. And
I mean, it's in keeping with most advocates, sir. I think on the whole, I tend not to cross-examine local residents. I think it is actually generally and genuinely more helpful for there to be a discussion on those matters. And so if I've got a witness who can respond, there can be an exchange in that way. And that's actually much more effective in most cases than cross-examination would be. But yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess can I just confirm, all those names, are they people who've written a proof? So I have their full details and letters and things in the documentation.
You do, sir. If you wanted a short list, I'm sure we could provide it. I don't have one at my fingertips, but they are all, you've got proofs from all of them, and their professional qualifications and letters will be on the cover page of each of those proofs.
Okay, that's fine then. That's all I need. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm grateful.
Okay, and from the council, please.
So good morning, it's Asita Ranatunga. I was attending the CMC, so it's RANATUNGA. I'm with council. I'm instructed by Christopher Paggi, which is PAGGI, who's the Planning Development Manager at Braintree District Council. As discussed at the case management conference, we're not calling any witnesses, but I do have Neil Jones, Principal Planning Officer, available. He's here to assist principally with conditions and Section 106 matters for those sessions. There's also Jo Lilliot attending for the Section 106 session. She's a senior solicitor at Holmes and Hills LLP, but that's if there's any sort of legal issues arising from that session.
So can you just confirm the company again, please?
It's Holmes and Hills, HOLMES and Hills LLP.
And are there any letters after names of either Mr. Jones or Ms. Lilliot?
I'm great. So Mr. Jones is MSc, and Jo Lilliot is a senior solicitor.
Okay, thank you.
Grateful.
And interested parties, I have on my list here Councillor Abbott of Rivenhall Parish Council and Councillor, I'm not sure if it's Lager or Lager from Witham Town Council. Is that correct? Are you both here to speak today?
That's correct. Yes, sir. I'm Michael Lager, Witham Town Council.
Thank you.
James Abbott, Rivenhall Parish Council.
Thank you. And is there anybody else on the line who wishes to speak today? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Councillor Bob Wright, Braintree District Council.
Thank you.
And I'm Melanie Ailey. I'm speaking on behalf of the RAG group as a local resident.
Okay, thank you. Just give me a moment. I'm noting these down. So, Councillor Wright, are you a ward councillor?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'm also on Rivenhall Parish Council as well.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much. I'll come on in a moment to agenda and how we hear from the interested parties. Are there any members of the press? Okay, thank you. So next on my opening statement here is notification letters. So just to confirm that the council has provided the notification letter and distribution list and the site notice. So thank you for that. Also just to confirm to everybody here that a case management conference was held in October. This was with both the council and the appellant, and it was to discuss the procedure for the inquiry, and none of the merits of the appeal were discussed at that meeting. Okay, the appeal. So the appeal is made by Bellway Homes. The council is Braintree District Council, and it relates to the application reference 20/02060/OUT for land phase 4, land northeast of Rectory Lane, Rivenhall. The description is an application for 230 dwellings, including affordable homes, public open space, sports pitches, facilities, play area, parkland, access via Forest Road and Evans Way, bus cycle pedestrian connections, SUDs, landscaping, and all associated works. And it's into the refusal of planning permission by the council. Let's confirm the date on the 18th of March 2022. I'll just pause there to make sure that's correct. Okay, thank you. So the site is on the outskirts of the town, and it's phase 4 of the residential development, which is sort of phases 1, 2, and 3, of course, have already been permitted and partially built. It's agricultural land, woodland, and former golf holes. I think there's still a temporary construction compound, although that might have moved by now. There are 2 footpaths that cross the site, and it's 1.8 kilometres from Witham. Is it Witham or Whittam? I'm not sure on pronunciation.
Whittam's.
Whittam
Whittam.
railway station, and slightly further from its town centre. And the proposal, as I've just outlined, is an extension to the Bellway development for up to 230 dwellings with all the associated works that I've just listed. Thank you. Now, drawings. These were confirmed at the conference in October, as listed in my pre-conference note. So we have location plan reference B219/PL01 revision E, then a parameter plan, which is PP01 revision I for land use, 02 revision I for green infrastructure, 03 revision G for pedestrian access and movement, 03B revision F for access and movement, and 04J for story heights. and then a number of other illustrative and technical drawings. And again, if I'm wrong by any of this, then please correct me. Thank you. So planning policy. So we have the Braintree District Local Plan 2013 to 2033, Section 1, adopted November 2021, and Section 2, adopted July 2022. And I think of important to note here is that these were adopted after the decision, at least partially after the decision into the original application. So the proofs of evidence that have come forward have dealt with the fact that obviously the policy backdrop has changed between then and now. But that is now the clear adopted and current development plan for the district. Conditions. So thank you to both parties. They've produced a draft condition schedule. Can I just check, did you receive my comments in advance of the inquiry? Okay, thank you. So we will go through that later on today and discuss my comments. Planning obligation, again, a final draft was provided, and again, I provided comments, so just to check that you've received those. Thank you. And just to make clear here to the interested parties on the line, we discussed conditions and planning obligations for all appeals, so that if I do decide to allow the appeal, I have the information I need to do so, and it doesn't indicate either way what my decision is going to be. Thank you. So documents and evidence. I'd just like to listen. I've had a few things come in the lead up to the inquiry. So I just want to make sure that we've got this right. So I received a civil compliance statement from the council, so thank you for that. I received a recommended walking route for the site visit. I'll come back to the site visit again in a moment, but thank you for that. I've also received Sport England's updated comments. Can I just check that you've both received those as well? I think we need to come back to that particularly during the conditions section 106 session, because those came in after I've made the comments on those documents. So just to make sure that we're comfortable with that. And also, I think, actually, Mr. Brown, you've already commented on this. I also provided by email comments on the proofs from the appellant. So I believe that both parties have seen that as well. Okay, thank you. Is there any other documentation or evidence that you think I would have seen in the last few days, or that you wish to table now to both parties?
Sir, I've just asked, or just before we started, asked to have sent to you the text of the opening statement that we'll come on to in a moment. But I thought it might save your pen if you had that in writing, and I hope Mr. Ranatunga has also received it in his email inbox.
Okay, thank you. Let me just check. Yes, I've got that. Thank you very much.
I'm grateful. Thank you.
So, and if I can say for the council, I've got a written opening as well, which I'll send through.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So main issues. This is when we come to the nub of it, really. Obviously, there were a number of disputed issues at the time of the decision, but since then, primarily due to an acceptance of the 5-year housing land supply situation for the council, these have been, I'm not sure if the correct terms were withdrawn, but are not being disputed by the council anymore. So in terms of the main parties, we have no areas of dispute. However, I'm conscious that we do still have some quite significant concerns from a number of local interest groups and people, and so we will be hearing from them during the course of the day. And obviously, hopefully, as Mr. Brown has already said, we can discuss those issues and those concerns to see what the appellant's response is. Thank you. So we will be coming on to that later this morning. In fact, that brings me on now to the agenda. So we have my opening now, and it's going to be followed by the appellants and the council's openings. I then intend to hear from the interested parties. So that would be the 4 people that we listed earlier on. And then, as Mr. Brown has suggested, I think a sort of general planning roundtable session chaired by myself, but relatively informal by the standards of an inquiry, I think will probably be the best way to deal with the issues that are raised and to make sure that I have the information I need to make a decision. And then followed by conditions and then section 106 roundtable sessions using the comments I made as the agenda. And as I said, probably drawing on that Sport England comment as well. And then I think we left it open, didn't we, as to whether or not closings would be required. And is that still the case? Are you both going to take a view as the day progresses?
Yes, sir. I think what I indicated at the CMC was that if you allowed me a little bit longer in opening than would normally be the case, I can actually cover most of the things that otherwise I would put in a closing. And that means that if there is a closing at all, it will simply be picking up on one or two points that have risen out of the discussion later on today. I don't intend to come back and go through the whole case all over again. And even that may not be necessary. I'll see where we get to, sir, and I'll see how the discussion goes. But that's my plan at the moment. Okay,
thank you. And Mr. Ranatunga?
So yes, I don't anticipate closing, but if any matters arise today, then I might need to comment on them. So I reserve the position.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to both of you. Okay, and then at the end, there'll be the opportunity for costs if necessary. So that's the running order. In terms of breaks, I think we'll just take a view as we progress as to when those happen, but obviously we will have a break for lunch and probably another break at some point, just to make sure that that we're all not too tired in any given session. And obviously I'll seek agreement from both advocates before to agree the length and timing of those. Thank you. Are there any comments in general on that running order? Okay, thank you. So site visit, yes, so a walking route has been provided by the parties. I'm not sure though if any of the interested parties would like to add to that on any level. That might be something that comes through when we hear from them over the next over sort of this morning and later on today. Well, I think at the moment we'll just keep that as an open item, and as long as by the end of the inquiry it's agreed, that's all that matters. In terms of the visit itself, in terms of the main parties, were you anticipating that being accompanied or unaccompanied?
So I think we had envisaged that it would be accompanied. You may conclude that that's not necessary, but at the moment, I've certainly got Mr. Spencer and Mr. Cowlin, possibly one or two others, on standby according to what it is that you think where they might be of most relevance. So at present accompanied. I suspect that most of the aspects of the site that are important you can actually see from public footpath, from public viewpoints. I don't envisage it'll be necessary to put on a pair of Wellingtons and go traipsing across the site, but of course local residents may want you to do precisely that. And if that is the case, then you will certainly need to be accompanied.
Okay, thank you. That actually was going to be my next question about site access, if there's construction elements as well, and PPE and all those sorts of things.
Well, so there is the construction compound that you referred to is still on the site, but I don't think it is what it is from the outside. It's a temporary facility. It will disappear in due course. The remainder of the site is if there's no particular safety reason why you would need hard hat or high vis. As I say, if you wanted to go traipsing across the field, a pair of Wellington boots might be useful, but no more than that.
Okay, Councillor Wright.
I believe the construction site has been removed because it was the construction compound for phase 3, and that has been totally removed from the field in question. But there is a construction site still on phase 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I don't quite sure if that's
yes. Yeah, no, the councillor's quite right. So that yes, I think there have been 2 construction sites. One of them is gone and one of them is still there, and you'll see that when you get to the site, sir.
Okay, Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. I haven't seen a drawing of the walking route, but just to suggest it could include the footways along Rickstones Road, which are particularly narrow, and also the section which is proposed to be converted into a cycleway, which I'll discuss in my presentation.
Okay, thank you. I think, Councillor Abbott, I'll come back to that following your presentation, because then I have a better understanding of precisely what you mean. But I mean, in principle, that sounds perfectly reasonable. As I say, we'll agree that before we finish the virtual meeting.
So certainly at the moment, part of the proposed walk does go along Rickstones Road. Whether it covers precisely the stretch that Councillor Abbott is concerned about, I don't know whether it's possible to get a copy of. Is the proposed route a core document at the moment, or is it?
That's going to be my next question. I'm not actually sure, because obviously I've got it, but I'm not sure if it's a core document or not. I think we should share that with the interested parties if possible.
Well, exactly, and they could have a look at it over the course of the morning, and if there are additional points, then they can add those in.
This is slightly informal, but if that could be shared in the meeting, perhaps in the chat, that's not really the normal way of doing things at an inquiry, but I think that might be the pragmatic way forward.
Leave it with us, sir, and we'll see what we can do.
Thank you. And Councillor Lager.
Yes, sir. The cycleway proposals are not just in the parish of Rivenhall, they're also significantly in the parish of Witham. And in discussing benefits of a site visit, I think you'd find it really interesting to take a look at the present condition of Collingwood Road and consider the impact that cycleways on each side of it would have, and particularly the congestion at the moment, given the limited ability to cross the railway by road that the proposals around the Witham station could involve. So I think just taking a look at that would be extremely helpful for you.
Okay, yes, no, that seems like a reasonable thing to do. I'm happy to add that to the itinerary if it's not already on there. Okay, thank you. Okay, so yes, we'll confirm this before the meeting closes to make sure that the route covers what everyone thinks I need to see. And just Mr. Radisson, obviously I will need somebody from the council there as well.
Yes,
okay.
And Neil James is available.
We can confirm timings when we have a better handle on when we're finishing the inquiry itself. But tomorrow is almost certainly when. In fact, I think it's likely to be 2 o'clock, given other commitments I have as well. But we can confirm that finally before we close the inquiry. Thank you. Okay. That's it for me in terms of my opening statement. Although let me just check. I've just received an email that might be to do with the appeal. No, it's not. Okay, thank you. In that case, unless anybody has anything else they'd like to raise at this stage, I will turn to the appellant for their opening remarks. Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. You're on mute, Mr. Brown.
I think that's a £5 fine, isn't it, sir? Thank you. So you outlined in your opening the nature of the appeal against the decision of the council. It's against an application for outline permission for up to 230 dwellings, public open space, sports pitches and facilities, a neighbourhood play area, parkland, vehicular access from Forest Road and Evans Way, together with bus, cycle and pedestrian connections to Rickstones Road and associated landscape and infrastructure. So the appeals site comprises some 17 hectares of mixed agricultural land, woodland and holes previously associated with the golf centre. Although the site is not allocated in the local plan, it does lie immediately adjacent to the existing edge of Witham. In particular, the southern end abuts the current town development boundary, where it adjoins a previous Bellway development known as phases 1 and 2. To the north, it abuts the rear gardens of a ribbon of properties on Rickstones Road and also a further Bellway development known as Bluebells. To the west of the appeal site, on the opposite side of Rectory Lane, is the Old Rectory, a Grade 2 listed building, which sits in its own extensive grounds. While on the northeastern boundary, there is, of course, the Rivenhall Oaks Golf Course. Witham, sir, as you've seen, it's defined in the council's local plan as a main town centre, which is the highest tier of the settlement hierarchy. As such, Witham is considered capable of accommodating a significant amount of development and represents one of the most sustainable locations in the district for new growth on account of the availability of local employment services, facilities and transport links. And in that regard, the appeal site is within a 5 to 10 minute walk, depending on how quickly you walk, of local shops. It's within an 11 to 17 minute walk of secondary and primary schools, a 19-minute walk or a shorter bike ride of the train station, and a 27-minute walk or a 9 to 11-minute walk or a bike ride of the town centre. It's also served at the moment by the number 90 bus, which goes to both the town centre and the railway station. It lies less than a kilometre to the north of Witham's main employment area, which can be accessed via the Motts Lane foot and cycle path and bridge. And in all those respects, we say it is evidently a sustainable location for new housing. At the point when the application came before the council's planning committee, it was the council's view that Braintree had a 5-year housing land supply. However, there were no objections from Natural England, from the County Council as Highway Authority, from the County Council's Historic Buildings Consultant, or indeed the Council's own Ecology or Landscape departments. And despite the fact that they believed there was a 5-year housing land supply, officers recommended that permission should be granted. In particular, it was their view that although the development was not in accordance with the development plan, and it would give rise to some harm to the setting of the old rectory and the character of the landscape, those and any other harms were outweighed by the benefit that the development would bring in terms, firstly, of the delivery of market and affordable housing, secondly, the provision of a 7.6 hectare open space, including sports pitches, which at that time was considered to be over 3 times the policy requirement. And thirdly, the improvements that it would bring to the existing transport network, which went beyond those strictly necessary to mitigate the impacts of the development itself and would benefit the wider community. Well, so it's a matter of record that members rejected that recommendation with the result that permission was refused. It is, however, of some significance that that decision was for a single reason, in which the primary objection was that the application site was, and so I won't read the full quote, but in essence, that the key point was that the site is outside the settlement boundary, where there's a presumption that permission should be refused, and the council was able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. So it's right to note that the reason went on to identify 7 additional harms to which the council considered the proposal would give rise. But as we pointed out at the CMC, Mr. Spencer points out in his evidence, none of those was identified as a freestanding reason for refusal. And in that regard, you will have noted that the wording of some of those clearly fell well short of the NPPF tests for refusal. In the case of others, the reason itself expressly recognised that the harm would be limited, and a number of the harms related to impacts which would be likely to arise from any new housing development wherever in the district it was located. It was our understanding of the decision notice that the council wasn't suggesting that any of those matters on their own was sufficient to justify refusal. Rather, as the wording indicated, they were simply additional matters that went into the overall planning balance in a world where the council believed it had an adequate housing land supply, and consequently there was no need for additional sites which might cause those impacts. Critically, it wasn't being suggested that if additional land was needed in order to meet the district's housing needs, that any of those matters rendered the appeal site uniquely unsuitable for that purpose. And so that understanding has been confirmed by subsequent events, as you know, and as the Statement of Common Ground records. In September this year, the council published its 5-year housing land supply position statement, which indicated that the council was only able to demonstrate 4.86 years of supply. Recognising that that was a significant and an important change in circumstances, the council reviewed its decision and decided that it would no longer resist the grant of permission. And it's for that reason that it's presented no evidence against the scheme to this inquiry. And so I say it's clear from that that in the council's view, all of the 7 harms identified in the reason for refusal would be outweighed by the importance of meeting the need for housing in the district. However, sir, notwithstanding the council's acceptance that permission should now be granted, we recognise that local residents still disagree, and indeed so we know that you have an independent duty to satisfy yourself that the council's change of mind was well founded. And it's for that reason that although we don't intend to call all of the authors as live witnesses, we've produced a full suite of evidence which would have been before the inquiry if this appeal had still been contested by the council. The key points which emerge from that evidence and the reasons why in due course we'll be asking you to allow the appeal, I'm going to go on and summarise briefly, sir, for the benefit of local residents and others. Firstly, and sir, I follow the structure of the reason for refusal and the issues that are raised there: development beyond the town development boundary and conflict with policy. Sir, I've already noted it's common ground that the appeal site does lie outside the boundary for Whittam, and to that extent, Mr. Spencer and Bellway accept the developments contrary to the development plan, and in particular policy LPP1 of the Section 2 local plan. However, as Mr. Spencer goes on to explain, by virtue of paragraph 11, footnote 8 of the NPPF, in situations where the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, the policies which are most important for determining the application are deemed to be out of date, with the result that permission should be granted unless one or other of the exceptions listed in paragraph 11D is engaged. And since the council's latest housing land position statement confirms the council doesn't have that 5-year housing land supply, policy LPP1 is out of date, the tilted balance is engaged. And critically, sir, that also means that the council will be unable to meet its housing needs without resort to sites which are outside the development boundaries. In other words, conflict with policy LPP1 is inevitable. In those circumstances, the presumption in favour of the development plan is effectively reversed. The starting point is that permission should be granted unless one or other of the paragraph 11D exceptions is satisfied. And so whether or not that's the case is something that's best answered by considering the particular harms identified in the reason for refusal that I'll come on to shortly. Before doing that, sir, I just ask you briefly to note that the council says it now has a 4.8 6-year housing land supply. We are, as you know, sceptical that the number is even that high, but for the purposes of this appeal, we recognise that the precise extent of the shortfall is unlikely to make very much difference to your decision, and it's therefore not a matter that we've troubled you with. We simply ask you to note our position as a matter of record, but we're content for you to proceed on the basis that there is at most a 4.8 6-year supply. So the second matter raised in the decision notice is the impact on the character and appearance of the landscape, including the traditional landscape around Rectory Lane, loss of amenity to footpath users. In response to that, I begin by noting the appeal site's not a nationally designated or valued landscape. And so I've set out the quotation from the advice given to members by officers. The effect of the development is considered to be limited by a number of factors, including the enclosed nature of the site, its isolation from wider arable farmland, and the visual and physical connections between the site and earlier phases. Therefore, whilst development would result in an inevitable loss of rural character, the Green Infrastructure Parameters Plan, which proposes supplemental planting and a wide corridor of open space separating the development from Rectory Lane, does respond to local sensitivities. The council's landscape consultant concludes, unusually for development of the scale proposed, there will be limited loss of landscape character beyond the site itself. And so it's worth noting, when you see the reference to the council's landscape consultant, council not only referred this to their own internal landscape officer, but also took external advice from Michelle Bolger, whose report you've got. And so the landscape analysis of all of the landscape consultants, including Mr. Cowlin for Bellway, is consistent. Picking up paragraph 16, as Mr. Cowlin explains, and so you'll be able to see for yourself on site. That summary in the officer's report was entirely correct. Neither the appeal site nor the surrounding area has pronounced landscape sensitivities. There will inevitably be some harm to landscape character. That would be so on any site which was able to meet the council's housing need. And there will also be a change in the outlook for people walking the paths at the edges of or through the appeal site. But those harms would be experienced within a very tightly defined and self-contained area. Any harm to the wider context would be very limited. As far as Rectory Lane is concerned, so you've seen that's designated under policy LPP 69 as a protected lane. But again, I quote from the officer's report, the only intrinsic character changes to the physical appearance of the lane would be the provision of the turning head to the bend lying south. Those works are required in order to facilitate prohibition of the lane south to all vehicles except cycles. And that will prevent any through traffic. It will reduce vehicular traffic in total, encourage its use by pedestrians and cyclists. In fact, far from being harmful, this officer advised that would help achieve one of the objectives of the quiet lane, would also be considered beneficial in landscape terms through the reduction of vehicular traffic. So I won't read the remainder of the quote, other than to pick up at the end the landscape consultant's view that subject to careful placement of additional planting, the changes will be beneficial in landscape terms. And in that regard, so as far as Rectory Lane is concerned, those conclusions are consistent with the evidence of Mr. Kopp from a heritage perspective. And so in summary, we acknowledge that there will be some adverse impact on the landscape, contrary to policy LPP 67, but that impact is no more than would be expected on any site which was capable of meeting the council's housing needs. In other words, it's inevitable if needs are to be met. Second, the reason for refusal refers to coalescence with Witham and Rivenhall. And so that's something which we find rather puzzling, because the council has a policy in its Section 2 plan, policy LPP 68, which expressly deals with coalescence. It establishes a green buffer on land between Witham, Rivenhall and Rivenhall End. And critically, the appeal site isn't in that buffer. And so it was for that reason that officers advised, and I've set out the two quotations there. The first acknowledged that the development's on land that's in the parish of Rivenhall, but the development would read as an extension of Witham. The application respects the green buffer, maintains the substantial gap between Witham and the neighbouring villages. And secondly, the advice of the council's landscape consultant that it's not considered that the proposal would cause coalescence between Witham and Rivenhall or Rivenhall End, because any meaningful sense of separation had already been lost as a result of the Bluebells phase and the Chapman Free School. Moreover, the Green Infrastructure Parameters Plan proposes sports pitches in the northwest corner, which mean that there will be an open gap. And so you have Mr. Cowlin's evidence to the same effect. I'm aware that local residents disagree. It's a matter you'll be able to see and assess for yourself on site, but in our submission there will be no impact on coalescence. Loss of trees and hedgerows is the third aspect identified. It's technically correct that the development will result in the loss of some trees and hedgerows, but so you will have noted the council's tree officer raised no objection to the scheme, and the reasons for that are apparent. It's that the proposed removal is limited to young, moderate value category B trees and category C trees of generally poor structure and physiological condition. There are no good, no higher quality category A trees specified. Secondly, the removal is relatively limited in terms of the quantity, age and the quality. It's principally concerned with cutting back tree group edges in areas where the impact will be limited and where the vegetation can be replaced and enhanced and indeed more appropriately managed. At the entrance to the site, the entrance has been deliberately located where it will have least impact on boundary trees, and overall any removals would be more than compensated by the extensive new planting proposed, which will lead to a substantial net gain in hedgerows across the site as a whole. Over the medium to long term, there will be no harm. Significantly, so those conclusions, again, they're consistent with the advice given by officers reporting the application to committee. The officers' report noted a degree of harm was likely to arise, but concluded that much of that would be mitigated through the provision of biodiversity net gain and obligations to provide new trees. And officers went on to point out that benefits such as enhanced habitat management, the open space, the enhanced sustainable public transport links, those are things which cannot be derived without some loss of trees occurring. In the circumstances, so we say the loss of trees is a matter to which very limited weight should be given. Next, sir, is the impact on the setting of the Grade 2 listed Old Rectory. It's common ground the appeal site lies within the wider setting of the Old Rectory, but sir, on this you have Mr. Kopp's evidence. Firstly, the setting is primarily focused on its extensive private grounds, which are relatively unchanged since the 19th century. The landscape nature of those surroundings means that views into and out from the listed building are limited. Views from Rectory Lane, the appeals side, are extremely limited and provide only partial or glimpsed experiences. While the private and the enclosed immediate setting of the building does contribute to its significance, the appeals site, in Mr. Kopp's view, is no longer a recognisable part of the wider landholding and doesn't contribute to significance or special architectural historic interest. Critically, the proposed development will not alter the current enclosed setting of the Old Rectory. It will have a minimal visual impact due to the limited views. It will not impair the ability to experience the architectural or historic interest of the building, and the proposed landscape buffer on the western boundary will retain the rural character of the approach to the Old Rectory. If anything, the closure of Rectory Lane to vehicular traffic will limit traffic and help prevent its character as a quiet rural lane. And so for those reasons, it's Mr. Kopp's evidence that the proposed development will have no adverse impact on the significance of the listed building. We are aware of the fact that that conclusion is not quite on all fours with the position adopted by the County Council's historic building consultant, whose view was that although there's never been a functional relationship with the appeal site does still make a contribution to the setting of the listed building, and the location of the bulk of the development in the southernmost sections wouldn't fully mitigate the impact on that significance. So there's clearly a difference of opinion there. Mr. Kopp has explained his reasons for disagreeing. It's a matter you'll need to consider. But at the end of the day, we submit it doesn't make a great deal of difference to the outcome, because even if there is some harm to the significance of the Old Rectory, it's common ground that it would be in the lower half of what the NPPF calls less than substantial harm. And so it was on that basis that the Historic Buildings Officer did not object, and that officers concluded that the harm of granting permission would be outweighed by the public benefits. And so that, of course, is clearly now endorsed by the council as a whole through its decision not to resist this appeal. And so, sir, it's common ground that if there is any impact on the Old Rectory, it doesn't provide a clear reason for refusing the proposed development under the first limb of paragraph 11D of the NPPF, or that when taken together with any other harms, it would result in an effect which would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Next, I come to strain on the highway infrastructure. And the first point that I make, sir, is to draw your attention to the extremely limited nature of the harm which was alleged in the reason for refusal. All it suggested was that the scheme would give rise to some additional car movements, which would place additional strain upon the existing highway infrastructure. With respect, that would be true of any new housing development in the district. More importantly, it's obvious that it falls well short of the tests set out in paragraph 111 of the NPPF. As Mr. Kay's evidence demonstrates, the proposed development has been the subject of an assessment, the scope and content of which has been agreed with the Highway Authority. It is able to benefit from existing sustainable transport infrastructure, which have already been provided by phases 1 to 3. It would result in a residual vehicular trip generation, which has been shown capable of being accommodated by the existing road network. And it would be accompanied by a number of mitigation measures which are designed to promote public transport accessibility, pedestrian and cycle connectivity, including the prohibition of access on Rectory Lane. and there would also be the implementation of a residential travel plan. Critically, sir, the Highway Authority raises no objection, and I've set out, sir, the quote from the Transport Statement of Common Ground, which I shan't read. We are aware that local residents do not share that view. In their representations to this inquiry, they've raised concerns about queuing at the junction of Rickstones Road and Braintree Road, about the safety of the proposed bus entrance, the ownership of the land required to deliver the proposed bus gate, and the safety of Colling Road cycle scheme in particular. So I'll ask Mr. Kay in due course to respond to those, but briefly, the queue length surveys undertaken in September this year suggests there's actually relatively little queuing at the junction that's been raised as concern. We're not saying there are no queues, some queues may occur, but there's nothing here to suggest that that should be severe rather than severe or frequent enough to warrant specific intervention. As far as safety issues, the personal injury accident data doesn't indicate any road safety issues on Rickstones Road in the vicinity of the proposed bus access. The appeal scheme would result in an additional 3 buses an hour, and the new junction can be designed to include additional safety elements. As far as the concerns about the land holding there, sir, as you, I'm sure, will be aware, it's entirely feasible. Indeed, it's not unusual for adopted highway to overlie privately owned land. In the present case, the land required for the bus gate is within the adopted highway. And as far as the Collingwood Road cycle scheme is concerned, sir, and we're aware that this has been hugely contentious. The design of it, as Mr. Kay will explain, accords with the advice in Local Transport Note 120, appropriate to the local circumstances in Witham. But, sir, I do stress that the appeal scheme is not dependent upon that particular cycle scheme. The 106 agreement makes provision for the payment of a sum of £800,000, which could be used either for that scheme or for an alternative improvement to pedestrian and cycle improvements between the appeal site and Witham Town Centre as the authorities see fit. And so it's probably just worth, it's a footnote in the text, but it's probably worth saying it at the moment. We are aware of the statement of the Witham Town Council, which identifies a number of other possible routes for the cycle path, which the Town Council seems to think are preferable. And it's worth stressing to you, sir, that although in discussion with the County Council and District Council, that the Collingwood scheme is the one which has emerged, it's not a scheme to which we are particularly wedded. It's been arrived at through discussion with the Highway Authority. But if it proves not to be the best scheme, if for some reason it's not possible to get the orders necessary to make it, and of course, you'll appreciate it's not, the details of that scheme aren't part of the current application. You're not being asked to approve them. If for any reason that proves not to be the best solution, the money will be there for one of the alternatives which the Town Council has proposed. And so for those reasons, so we say there is no basis on which to refuse on highway grounds. Minerals sterilisation. So the site does lie within a mineral safeguarding area for sand and gravel. There is a policy S8, which says that proposals that would unnecessarily sterilise those resources should be opposed. So we draw your attention to the fact that although the County Council Minerals and Waste has objected, and indeed technically so continues to object to the scheme, it did advise that if the council was satisfied the circumstances were not normal, then prior extraction ahead of the implementation may not be practicable, due in part to the relatively low. A slight softening in attitude, or that the overall trail of 3 letters shows a slight softening. That position remains one of objection, and it's for that reason we've produced evidence from Mr. Dorr and Mr. Hamilton. In summary, their evidence shows that there is an estimated mineral resource beneath the appeal site. The average overburden thickness is about 5.1 metres. The ratio is 2.3 to 1. That compares with advice from the Minerals Products Association, which suggests that a ratio of 2 to 1 is the usual cut-off point for viability. And indeed, sir, Mr. Dorr and Mr. Hamilton both say that in their experience, in most cases, the deposit needs to be 1 to 1 or better. Operators will only occasionally consider sand and gravel with a higher ratio if there are strong site-specific reasons for doing that. So there's a further point, which is that although there's an overall resource of just over 660,000 tonnes of sand and gravel, the site, as you know, bounds other properties, including residential properties. It would be conventional to allow 100-metre standoff from those, and if that allowance is made in this case, the resource actually reduces to only 280,000 tonnes. The size and the depth, according to Mr. Dorr and Mr. Hamilton, are outside the range that most operators would normally consider. And given the constraints of the site, extraction and the stockpiling of overburden, there's likely to be amenity impacts from noise and dust if it were to be extracted, as well as visual intrusion. And so in summary, while we recognise there is a high quality mineral resource there, we say extraction is neither practical nor environmentally feasible. There's only a remote chance that it would be viable. The grant of permission is therefore unlikely to lead to the sterilisation of something which would otherwise be extracted. And so if there is any harm at all in that regard, it is, as the reason for refusal recognised, limited. So similar points arise in terms of best and most versatile agricultural land. There's a policy, LPB 63, which requires development to protect best and most versatile agricultural land. It's common ground that around 80 to 85% of the site falls within that definition. However, as Mr. Macmillan's evidence shows, survey work demonstrates that most of that, the vast majority, is at subgrade 3A. There is only a small amount of grade 2 land. We place that in contrast to the position within Braintree generally and around Witham. Across Braintree, 75% of the land is estimated as grade 2, 50% around Witham is grade 2. All the areas shown in the Witham local plan as potential residential development sites fall within land mapped at the moment as being a grade 2 quality. So it's right to note that the detailed assessment of the site is being carried out at a slightly different level than the ALC maps. But on any analysis, the appeal site is either lower grade or certainly no better than any other potential development site around Witham. It's therefore likely that any other site which was capable of meeting Braintree's need for housing would result in a similar or even greater loss. And again, sir, that conclusion, it's consistent with the advice given by officers. I've set out the quotation, but I won't read it. And so that brings me to the overall planning balance. So the starting point for determination of any planning application, as you will know very well, is the development plan. It's common ground that because the appeal site's outside the development boundary, we're contrary to the Braintree local plan. But section 38.6 allows departures from the development plan where there are material considerations which indicate otherwise. And in this context, the NPPF is an extremely important other material consideration. In particular, as I've indicated, paragraphs 11, footnote 8 direct that where there isn't a 5-year housing land supply, policies which are most important for determining an application are treated to be out of date, and permission should therefore be granted unless one or other of the two exceptions which I've set out there are engaged. And it does follow from that, as we've said, policy LPB1 is out of date, conflict with it should be given very limited weight. And in terms then of the test, the tilted balance set out at paragraph 11 of the NPPF, the first of the exceptions, in the present case, the only asset of particular importance is the old rectory. So I've dealt with that already. In our submission, there would be no harm to the setting, but even if you felt that there was some harm, it's clear that that's at the lower end of less than substantial. The balancing exercise set out in paragraph 202 of the NPPF weighed the harm against the benefits. The council and Bellway agreed that in the present case, the public benefits outweigh the harm, and therefore paragraph 11D1 is not engaged. In terms of the wider balancing exercise under 11D2, so you have my submissions in relation to the alleged harms. They are, in our submission, matters to which relatively limited weight should be given. But against that, the development would deliver a number of benefits. First of all, it would make a significant contribution to meeting the council's housing need. Of the 230 dwellings proposed, 180 could be expected during the 5-year period to 2027. And in the light of paragraphs 11 and 60 of the NPPF, we say that's a matter to which very significant weight should be given. Second, the development would produce a policy compliant 30% affordable housing, some 69 dwellings. And so we place that in the context of Mr. Stacey's evidence. The council's most recent SHMA identifies a need for 218 affordable dwellings a year up to 2037. It's arguable, strongly arguable, we say, that that figure is a considerable underestimate, but even if it's correct, it's still significantly higher than the 140 dwellings a year which have actually been delivered since the start of the local plan period. Affordable housing delivery has fallen far short of meeting identified needs. There's a considerable shortfall. When you add that to the ongoing requirement, the actual need, we say, is around 390 homes a year. And a failure to achieve a step change in the delivery of that affordable housing will simply exacerbate what is currently an acute problem in the area. And so we say that that contribution, 69 homes to affordable housing, is a matter, again, to which substantial weight should be given. There will be also 5 service plots for self-build custom housing. The number itself may not seem high, sir, but as Mr. Moja explains, it has to be set against the council's extremely poor delivery of self-build plots to date. On the basis of the information the council itself has provided, not a single plot's been consented in the last 6 years. And looking ahead, the newly adopted local plan would only deliver 100 against an existing shortfall of 173. Again, we say that's a matter to which significant weight should be given. The proposed development will provide, as we've indicated, 7.6 hectares of open space. It's around 44% of the total site area. And so due, I think, to a change in the relevant policies, this has moved from being 5 times more than the policy requirement, sorry, more than 3 times the policy requirement, to what is now 5 times the amount required by policy LPP 50 and the council's SPD. It will include formal sports pitches, it will include a neighbourhood amenity area, parkland, allotments, woodland, and a circular walk. And so those things will not only benefit new residents of the scheme, but they'll benefit existing residents of the area. Similarly, the contributions which would be made to on and off-site pedestrian and cycle improvements will not only benefit the appeal scheme itself, they will benefit the wider area, as will the enhancements to the local bus service. And so we note that in the officer's report, officers regarded those benefits as significant. Additionally, although perhaps of slightly lesser weight, the officer's report acknowledges that although this is only an outline scheme, if you look at the parameter plans, the vision statement, there is a strong commitment in this development to raising standards aesthetically, to creating beautiful surroundings, designing high quality development. This is a scheme which is intended to exceed building regulations in terms of fabric, ventilation, heating design, as well as a commitment to solar PV generation on every plot. And that there is a benefit to which weight should be given. And then finally, of course, there are the employment related benefits, the economic benefits. We estimate some 109 jobs during the construction phase. In the longer term, there will be increased expenditure in the town centre and also to support the convenience store and the pharmacy in phase 1. Altogether, sir, it's our submission those things attract very substantial weight. And we invite you to note that even before the council recognised it didn't have a 5-year housing land supply, in other words, they were looking at it on a flat balance, officers concluded that they outweighed the harm the development might cause. In our view, sir, officers were right even at that time, but you needn't trouble yourself with that. Things have moved on. There isn't a 5-year housing land supply anymore. The tilted balance is engaged. Do the benefits outweigh the harm? Do the harms significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits? In our submission, they clearly do not. The existence of a 5-year housing land supply was central to the council's decision. That situation no longer applies. It's now common ground, at least with the council, that the reason for refusal can no longer be sustained. And so that, in summary, is the basis on which we anticipate inviting you to allow the appeal and to grant planning permission. So I'm grateful to you allowing me a little extra time to do that than would normally be the case, but it will make things shorter when it gets to closing, I promise.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Brown. And before I turn to Mr. Ranatunga, I've just noticed that somebody, I think it's Liz Williamson, has helpfully added into the chat the link to the site visit walking route. So thank you for that. So if I could ask the interested parties to take a look at that perhaps the next time we have a break. And then obviously if you have any comments on that, then I will obviously listen to that during the course of today. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ranatinger, I just let you know I have received your opening, so thank you for emailing that through.
I'm grateful, sir, and I hope my friend Mr. Brown's also received that. I'm grateful. So in this opening, I set out Braintree District Council's position in relation to the appeal. As you've heard, at its meeting on the 22nd of February of this year, the Council's Planning Committee resolved to refuse planning permission for an outline scheme for up to 230 residential dwellings at land north of east of Rectory Lane, and that's within the parish of Rivenhall. The decision overturned the officer recommendation to grant permission and was based on a composite reason for refusal. And I've set that out in summary from the decision notice of the 18th of March, but updated that by reference to the local plan. And I will just go through that because I know third parties won't have seen this in writing yet. The proposal would be contrary to the development plan because it's outside of the designated development boundary, where development will be confined to certain uses whilst also protecting the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. The grant of permission here would undermine the plan-led approach to the location of development in a recently adopted local plan, contrary to the spatial strategy in circumstances where the council has a 5.1-year housing land supply. In addition, the proposal would give rise to a number of harms, and I set them out: moderate adverse impact on the character and appearance of the landscape, including the failure to conserve the traditional landscape around Rectory Lane, which has a protected lane designation, and loss of amenity to users of the footpaths which cross the site, contrary to the policies cited. Then the coalescence of Witham and Rivenhall, contrary to policy SP3, loss of trees and hedgerows both on and off site, contrary to policy LPP 67, the failure to preserve the setting of the Grade 2 listed Old Rectory, resulting in less than substantial harm to a designated heritage asset, additional strain on the existing highway network in this location, which at times is operating at capacity, a limited degree of harm from the sterilisation of minerals resource, which has potential long-term value, and then a limited degree of harm through the loss of best and most versatile agricultural land, as a result of which those harms would outweigh the stated benefits, such that permission should be refused as contrary to the local plan and the framework. The local plan policies that I refer to in the opening are taken from sections 1 and 2 of the council's local plan, and that's obviously with the exception of policy S8, which is from the minerals local plan. Section 2 was of course adopted on the 25th of July of this year, providing further support for the decision that the proposal would be contrary to the approach in the development plan, since the site remains unallocated and outside of the development boundaries of Witham Town and Rivenhall Village in the open countryside. Importantly, since the Planning Committee's decision in March, the Council's housing land supply position has both evolved and changed. Well, as is well known, so I know you'll be familiar with this, pursuant to national planning policy, local planning authorities are required to identify and update annually a supply of specific deliverable sites sufficient to provide a minimum of 5 years worth of housing against their housing requirements set out in adopted strategic policies to support the government's objective of significantly boosting the supply of homes. At the time of the council's decision, the council's housing land supply was assessed at 5.1 years. That was having regard to its most recent annual assessment of 2021, based on housing supply data up to March 2021, and by reference to subsequent appeal decisions to which that supply had been tested. The council's decision to refuse permission was therefore based on the flat or straight planning balance, on the basis that it could demonstrate a 5-year supply, and the council's decision notice, of course, expressly included that figure of 5.1 years. However, following receipt of the council's latest data on housing supply up to March 2022, the council was working on producing the 2022 annual housing supply statement. This work was accelerated following the submission of the appeal. Can I just pause there to note, of course, the data became available for March 2022. As with lots of local authorities, we work up that data to produce the annual supply statement. That wasn't published until September. That's in keeping with how we've published those housing land supply reports year on year. We don't, I'm afraid, we're not able to produce it within a week or two of the data being available. That's just the way things are. On the 6th of September 2022, the council published its 5-year annual statement for 2022 for the period 2022-3 to 2026-27. This concluded that the council could currently demonstrate a 4.86-year supply of deliverable sites against its local plan minimum housing target of 716 new homes per year, adding the backlog since the start of the plan period and applying an appropriate buffer based on the housing delivery test. With the number of strategic sites starting to deliver homes alongside other permissions, the council does anticipate that this situation will improve, but accepts that it cannot currently demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. Well, under national planning policy, the upshot is, of course, that the appeal scheme falls to be assessed against the tilted balance under paragraph 11d2 of the framework and footnote 8. That is, permission should be granted unless any adverse impacts would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in the framework taken as a whole. The exception to that approach is the heritage harm to the setting of the old rectory, which is a grade 2 listed building and which falls to be assessed under paragraph 11d1 of the framework. The presumption to grant permission is disengaged where an asset of particular importance provides a clear reason for refusing the proposal. And that's footnote 7. The council undertook a review of the merits of its case following the publication of its updated 5-year housing land supply figure. This review was undertaken in consultation with the councillors who put forward the motion to refuse permission. As a result of those discussions, the council maintains that the appeal scheme would be contrary to its development plan and would give rise to harm. In particular, the council maintains that, and just a number of points here, since the appeal site is outside of the Rivenhall village and Witham town development boundaries on an unallocated site, development here would be contrary to the council's development boundary policy, that's LPP1, and its spatial strategy policy, SP3, undermining the plan-led approach to the location of development in a recently adopted local plan. The sense of separation and distinctiveness between Rickstones End, which is located within the parish of Rivenhall, and the site would be significantly diminished, with the result that Rickstones End will feel as if it's an extension of the town of Witham, contrary to policy SP3 and its objective to avoid coalescence between existing settlements to conserve their settings. The proposal will give rise to a moderate adverse impact on the character and appearance of the area, contrary to policies LPP 67, LPP 69 and SP3, with a view to enhancing the natural environment. There will be landscape harm, including by the increase of the settlement footprint of Witham and the encroachment of built development into what is currently open countryside. There will also be visual harm for users of Rectory Lane, a protected lane which is popular with walkers and runners, where the development of a housing estate on adjoining agricultural land would detract from its traditional rural landscape. There would be visual harm for users of the public rights of way which cross the site. Development of the site will require the removal of a significant number of trees and lengths of hedgerows within the application site, as well as trees and hedges off-site. The loss of trees and hedgerows both on and off-site is contrary to policy LPP 67. The development of the site will result in the permanent loss of high-quality farmland, 80 or 85% of which is grade 3A, and therefore best and most versatile land. This loss would give rise to a limited degree of harm, contrary to paragraph 174B of the framework. However, notwithstanding the harm identified in the reason for refusal, as a result of the council's revised 5-year housing land supply position, the council accepts that the harm does not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the appeal. As for heritage harm, the council maintains that the proposal would fail to preserve the setting of the old rectory, bringing about a fundamental change of use to its surrounding land, contrary to policies LPP 57 and SP7, and engaging the statutory duty under section 66 of the Listed Buildings Act 1990. However, the harm is less than substantial and to be weighed against the benefits of the proposal pursuant to paragraph 202 of the framework. As a result, again, of its revised 5-year housing land supply position, the council accepts that the heritage harm does not provide a clear reason for refusing the proposal. So in response to Bellway's appeal, the council issued a full statement of case in October 2022, expanding upon its reasons for refusal and reflecting the position that I've just set out above. At the same time, an agreed position was discussed with the appellant and set out in a signed statement of common ground, which is dated the 7th of October 2022. I just note paragraph 5. The effect of that is that given the council's housing land supply figure of 4.86, neither party submits evidence on housing land supply. The tilted balance does apply, and that on that basis, the council will not be defending the appeal. The weight to be given to the harm or the benefits in the planning balance is a matter covered in Mr. Spencer's evidence on behalf of the appellant. In light of the position agreed with the appellant, whilst the council does not agree with all the judgments made, it does not call evidence on these matters. Specifically, since the council's decision and for the purposes of this appeal, the appellant has decided to offer 2% of the total number of dwellings as self or custom build plots secured through the Section 106 agreement. And that's just a reference to the appellant's statement of case. Whilst the council acknowledges that the provision of 5 service plots for self-build and custom house building would carry significant weight in favour of the proposal in the planning balance, it does not accept all of the points on which the appellant's judgment is based, those which are contained in Mr. Moger's proof of evidence on behalf of the appellant. Again, given the agreement reached with the appellant and recorded in the statement of common ground, including that the council will not call evidence, the council does not wish to take up inquiry time with these matters. So just pausing now, I know that you've flagged, I think, 2 queries in relation to Mr. Moger's proof, which we will assist you on. I hope it's clear that our overriding position is still that we accept that significant weight can be attached to that. So we're here to assist you on that as necessary.
Okay.
As a result, the council appears at this inquiry pursuant to its duty to assist you, sir, with any matters which may arise from your consideration of the appeal, but it's not submitted evidence for the appeal in light of the revised position. This, of course, was explained and discussed at the case management conference, which we held on the 31st of October of this year. Since the case management conference, the council sought to resolve any outstanding issues on the Section 106 agreement and conditions. In terms of the Section 106, the terms have been agreed, and the appellant, I believe, is proceeding to have it signed and engrossed, but subject, of course, to any amendments which may be required following the points that you've raised and we'll discuss later. And then with regards to conditions, there is an agreed list between the parties. Again, you've commented on those, and we'll seek to raise any comments and ventilate any issues as required in that session. I set out the appearances with full details underneath this opening. Unless I can assist you, sir, that's the council's opening.
Thank you very much, Ranatunga. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Ranatunga. Thank you. Okay, so thank you to both parties for those opening statements. Just thinking about the agenda, so if I just bring that up. So next we would be hearing from the interested parties. I wonder if now is an appropriate time to take a short mid-morning break, so that we can come back and then hear from the interested parties, and also to give them time to review the site visit walking plan, and so then they can make any comments they wish to on that during the course of the after the break.
I think that makes good sense, sir.
Okay, thank you. So it's 11:16. If perhaps we return at 11:35, is that okay with everybody?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, in that case, the inquiry is adjourned. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. The time is 11:35 and the inquiry is resumed. So it's now time to turn to the interested parties. Now we have the four people that were that raised their hands earlier on. I'm happy for you to arrange amongst yourselves for the order you wish to appear in, particularly the three councillors. I'm not sure if you've discussed this amongst yourselves.
Councillor Abbott here. No, we hadn't, sir. But I'm happy to kick off.
Okay, I mean,
I was going to
yes,
say I'm
Councillor.
happy.
Yeah, I'll go third. This is Councillor Wright.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor
I'm
Lager.
quite happy to be in the middle of the sandwich. So
Okay, thank you. And then we can hear from the RAG group at the end, if that's okay.
Yep, fine.
So in terms of how we approach this, as I think you heard at the beginning, I'm more than happy for you to allow questions to be asked of yourself. But as you heard from Mr. Brown, I think we're probably heading towards more of a kind of roundtable session style approach. So if you're happy with this, we can hear from your statements, and then after that have a sort of question and answer session almost, chaired by myself, which of course the appellant and the council will also take part in, if you're comfortable with that.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. So yes, Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. My name is James Abbott. I'm representing Rivenhall Parish Council at this appeal. I'm chairman of the Parish Council, and the Parish Council agreed that I represent them. I'm also, by way of background, a Ward District Councillor representing Rivenhall. I hold a BSc degree. And also, by way of background, I'm a member of the Braintree District Council Planning Committee and the Local Plan Committee. But at this appeal, we'll be restricting my statement to the matters raised by the Parish Council in its representations to Braintree District Council with respect to the appeal application. The application is in outline with all matters reserved for up to 230 dwellings and associated features on land northeast of Rectory Lane in the parish of Rivenhall, and is described by the applicants and appellants as phase 4 of the Bellway developments. Phases 1 and 2 are on land within the Witham boundary, but that was amended some years ago to include those developments, but was within Rivenhall Parish previously. Phase 3 lies entirely within Rivenhall Parish. The development also includes a new access from and to Rickstones Road, Rivenhall, being described as a bus gate. Rivenhall Parish Council submitted an objection to the application to BDC and endorsed the objections made by the Rickstones Road Action Group, but the Action Group is represented separately at this appeal. The application was refused by BDC in February 2022. At the time, the council did not have an up-to-date local plan, but did have a 5-year housing supply. At the current time, that situation is reversed. The council does now have an up-to-date local plan adopted in July 22, and although at the time the application was refused, the officer report concluded that the balance of the decision was marginal. I thought I'd raise that point because that was discussed earlier. In the officer's report, it wasn't a decision whether it was coming down one side or the other very clearly. However, the housing land supply on recalculation is now marginally below 5 years. This is despite Braintree District delivering the historically high number of 2,811 homes over the last 3 complete years, and that as of 31st of March 2022, a further 2,636 were under construction. The authority is doing all it can to deliver new housing. However, due to some allocated and approved sites in the district not being developed, the housing land supply position has marginally weakened. As previously discussed, the tilted balance of the MPPF is now engaged, but we would respectively submit that it does not follow that planning permission should automatically be given. As the council sets out in its statement of case, the council has only adopted a new local plan recently and considers that great weight should be given to conflict with policy LPP1 of section 2, which arises from the fact the appeal site is outside the designated town development boundary and is therefore in the countryside, where new development will be confined to uses which are appropriate to countryside in order to protect the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. There is therefore a presumption that the application should be refused unless there are material reasons to grant planning permission. We agree with that, and I'll come on to why we think those reasons are sufficient to refuse. The appeal site lies on agricultural land not included in the local plan, which was adopted in July 22. The land in question was considered by the District Council several times and during the call for sites process, but was rejected from the draft plan at meetings at Braintree Council. As well as the site being wholly within the rural parish of Rivenhall, it is considered locally as an important countryside gap, avoiding coalescence with Witham. The parish council requested over many years, over the last decade, through the local plan process, that the district council should include the appeal site within the strategic green buffer, reference local planning policy 68, to separate Rivenhall from Witham in the local plan. But that was not agreed by the council, and they argued that Rivenhall would be protected, and this was discussed by the advocate for the developer earlier, by virtue of the green buffer starting at the development boundaries drawn around the cores of Rivenhall and Rivenhall End and covering land to the south and west of those boundaries. But our fundamental point is that that assumes that the villages are contained within those boundaries. However, many homes in the parish sit outside these development boundaries, but without doubt are part of the villages, which are the two cores are Rivenhall and Rivenhall End, notably along Oak Road and Rickstones Road, and this is very common for villages within the district. It's been a matter of local concern for many years that developers, and to an extent the District Council, view Rivenhall as only being within those development envelopes. And this approach was evident with Bellway Phase 3, when that was approved, which significantly closed the strategic gap between Witham and a cluster of several dozen homes at what is locally referred to as Rickstones End, situated on Rickstones Road and Rectory Lane. I believe that the advocate for BDC has already corrected this error, but at this point, sir, I should point out an error in the council statement of case, where in several places they referred to Rivenhall End, such as in paragraph 518, when it should read Rickstones End. So it's a mistake easily made, but I just thought I'd mention that.
Okay.
So in strategic terms, there was an assumption at the time of the Bellway Phase 3 decision, and now to an extent with this appeal site, that the land is or will be part of Witham and not Rivenhall. Indeed, at the BDC Planning Committee meeting of 26th of October 2021, the officer presentation repeatedly referred to Witham, whereas Rivenhall was only mentioned once. If the appeal succeeds, Rickstones End will have urban development coming up close to it from two fronts, both along Rickstones Road and Rectory Lane. Also at the 2021 BDC Planning Committee meeting, and when the application was refused on 22nd of February 2022, the reports and presentations failed to quote the policy in the village design statement. Now, we accept that's quite an old document now, it goes back a couple of decades, but it does exist. And that talks about avoiding coalescence and failing and also protecting the Rectory Lane area. So the appeal site is not within the Witham development boundary, not within the Rivenhall development boundary, and is not allocated in the adopted local plan. In planning terms, the site is firmly in the countryside, and policy LPP1 therefore applies. Taken together with the Phase 3 Bellway development recently completed on land off Rickstones Road, the Phase 4 site would approximately double the number of dwellings in the parish. So it would take it from about 300 up to about 600, as well as significantly eroding the countryside gap that is essential for the rural character of the village. The development would significantly lead to coalescence between what will be seen as a further urban extension of Witham and the Rickstones End part of Rivenhall. The development would have a major and detrimental impact upon the ancient Rectory Lane, with housing being built along one section of the lane within a short distance of the northern side. And I'm sure you're aware, sir, but I would draw your attention to the plans for the site. The advocate for the developers said that there's a set-off from Rectory Lane, but in fact, in one place, the houses come very close to it along the northern side of the lane. The District Council, in its statement of case, sets out that the application, quote, fails to conserve the traditional landscape around Rectory Lane, which is protected lane designation. and to which, as we're aware, LPP 69 applies. The lane is also actually the first designated quiet lane in the whole of the district, designated by Essex County Council, and it is also part of the nationally recognised John Ray Walk, which is in the memory of the famous botanist who lived near Braintree. It has very high value to the local community, enjoyed mainly for walking as a peaceful rural lane, and it connects to the rest of the John Ray Walk, which goes all the way to Braintree through the countryside. The Bellway Phase 4 application includes a proposal listed in the Statement of Common Ground with Essex County Council, and as previously discussed this morning, that Rectory Lane would be closed off to vehicular traffic at the Witham end, the Forest Road end. This would have the effect of ending rat running, which is agreed a benefit, but access would still be needed from Rickstones Road, obviously, and a significant problem locally is that of HGVs entering local lanes, their drivers using sat-navs, and then getting stuck. There will also be the issue of occasional large delivery lorries, but more importantly, the weekly waste and recycling collections which employ HGV freighters. These would require being able to turn around in the lane, and the construction of a turning facility would cause further material harm to the setting of the lane and the adjacent hedgerows. Part of the transport proposals include the provision of a cycling route through Bellway Phase 4 to connect to another new route along Rickstones Road via Phase 3. This would require a gap being created in the hedge fronting Rickstones Road at what is considered locally to be a dangerous access point near the bend in Rickstones Road and even closer to the Rectory Lane junction. The Parish Council is also concerned as to the potential impacts of new cycleways along Rickstones Road, which would require significant widening of the existing rural footways, one of which is a designated public right-of-way that's called Rivenhall 1. And so earlier on, I asked about the walking route, and I have checked it now, and that is actually already on there. So it's the sections I was referring to are numbers 15 and 16, where you'll see how the current footway is very narrow, and widening to a cycleway would require significant removal, we believe, of hedges and trees, which have not been factored into the numbers that we've seen.
Okay, I'll make sure I look at that.
Yeah, thank you. So those additional tree losses and hedge losses would have to, on top of the losses for the sight lines for the bus gate and on the development site itself. And as I say, we don't believe that that's been fully factored into the total losses for the whole development. In terms of key services, the development offers no significant improvements to Rivenhall, a common theme, unfortunately, that the parish never seems to get major Section 106 benefits from development in it. The village is a Tier 3 in the local plan. And this is despite the fact that the site is wholly within the parish. Of particular local concern is the fact there's no GP surgery in Rivenhall, nor indeed in Witham North Ward, and existing practices are operating capacity, with the NHS routinely stating that for each new major housing application, the Section 106 payment will be required due to lack of capacity. So in conclusion, in its statement of case, the council concludes by saying that whilst the council would maintain that harms will arise from the development, it is accepted in combination the harms identified would not significantly and demonstrably, the test, outweigh the acknowledged benefits of the scheme, and as such the council's decision to refuse the planning application can no longer be sustained. The parish council submits that those harms do outweigh the benefits, and those harms are very much focused on the loss of the countryside gap between Witham and the Rickstones End area of Rivenhall, and the associated impacts on the setting and character of the historic Rectory Lane, both of which the newly adopted local plan specifically sets out to protect in respect to the policies I have quoted. It is notable that decisions have been made by both the local planning authority and by inspectors for sites elsewhere in the district, such as near Rain, which is to the west of Braintree, to avoid urban settlements encroaching on nearby villages. And the parish council believes that Rivenhall should enjoy exactly the same planning protection support. This is not, I would emphasise, an argument against development. Sites in North Witham, parts of which until recently were in the parish of Rivenhall, and on a site, as I've already mentioned, Bellway 3, within Rivenhall itself, taken together have already seen over 600 houses built or under construction. For these reasons, and in support of the many local residents who have raised objections, Rivenhall Parish Council requests that the inspector to this appeal dismisses it and refuses planning application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. I've got a couple of observations, if that's okay.
Yes.
Just on a bit of things you've said. So you've mentioned the homes outside of the formal development boundaries and how that impacts on coalescence between Rivenhall and Witham. I was thinking perhaps the best way for me to appreciate that would be to look at it on site, on those two roads. So I was going to suggest that I add that to my itinerary, because I don't believe, unless I'm wrong, I don't believe that it goes fully up along those Oak Road and Rickstones Road to look at all those things. If it's too far to walk, of course, I can drive and then add it as a sort of driving route. So I think that would probably be the best way for me to understand the impact in that regard.
Yes, that's fine. And just to say, in terms of distance, if you started from where the bus gate entrance is and then went back down Rickstones Road and then turned right down Oak Road to view those areas which are basically sporadic ribbon development along those roads, probably be a round walk of less than half an hour, 20 minutes to half an hour, I would think. Okay,
thank you. And then you talk about proximity to Rectory Lane, but I'm just looking here, and I don't know if this is a question for the appellant or the council as well. I believe that alongside the lane, there's a sort of standoff because of a gas main. Is that correct? Which would mean that even though we're only at outline stage, housing would have to be a reasonable distance back from the lane.
It varies. So at the Witham end of the lane, so to speak, but that'd be the more southern end. The standoff is further, but as the housing, as you walk up the lane towards the junction with Rickstones Road, the housing comes closer and closer, and there's a point about half to 2/3 the way around as you're walking north, where it's I can't remember off the top of my head the distance, but maybe 20 meters, maybe less, from the lane itself, which we would regard, given the setting of the lane, as quite close and significantly impacting on its setting.
Okay, thank you. If I could ask the appellant if they can just confirm if my understanding is correct about the principle of that.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Spencer to come in. I think he's probably got a better grasp of what's underneath the ground than I do.
Morning, sir. Yes, in reply to that point, you're correct. There's a gas main easement that runs on site, but broadly adjacent to Rectory Lane. And the intention is to have parkland covering that easement. So the nearest proposed properties would probably be approximately 30 metres away from the lane.
Okay, thank you. I think again that's something that I can understand when I'm on site, and obviously that Rectory Lane is part of the walking route. Thank you. Just one further thing, Councillor Abbott. So local infrastructure, again, this is probably actually a question for the council rather than yourself. It's just building on what you've raised. We also have the SIL compliance statement now. Is there anything the council wants to particularly highlight to me in there regarding particularly GP surgeries? That's a specific item that you've raised.
Yes, if that's okay, I can come back on that. So the NHS were consulted on the planning application and identified 2 GP practices within the town of Witham, which would be impacted by the development. Neither of them had capacity to accommodate the additional residents that would be generated by the development, and so a financial contribution was sought in accordance with standard sort of methodology that they apply. And that money would be secured towards improvements at the Witham Health Centre, which was one of the 2 impacted services. Councillor Abbott, however, is correct that the surgeries are towards the centre of the town, as opposed to being either on the site or immediately adjacent. But the council, through the 106, has secured the financial mitigation which the NHS and the CCG were required.
Okay. So I'm just finishing my notes.
So I wonder if Mr. Spencer might just come in just to add a line to that, if he could.
Yes, thank you, sir. The only additional point I wanted to make was that the appellant did contact NHS England in October 2019 before a planning application was made on this site to establish whether they would be supportive of a new health centre or GP surgery on site. But they responded to say that they would prefer a contribution for a facility elsewhere in the town, which is consistent with Mr. Jones's comments. So we have tried, but ultimately NHS England are not supportive of a new facility on this site.
Okay, thank you. On coalescence, but it might help me just to get this straight in my head if I could be directed to Mr. Brown. You mentioned in your opening the sort of formal definition of like an area that had been highlighted on the plan, and that this IPIL site wasn't within that area. Do we know where exactly in the core documentation that plan is? And if we don't, perhaps I'll give you a few minutes to come up with that while we move on to the next person.
I'm not getting an obvious nod from across the room, sir. So, I mean, can you give me a minute, unless somebody from the council knows their local plan? I can't remember whether it's the proposals map or whether it's I suspect it might be the proposals map itself.
Proposal map shows green buffer on it.
Yes, yeah, it will be the proposals map, and I'm not sure where you can find that in the documents that you've got. So,
perhaps that can be added to the documents, please.
Hopefully, I'll see if we can assist with that as well.
Thank you. Hopefully it's just a PDF on your website that can be fairly easily, but I'll leave that with the council. Okay, well, while that's being sorted out, well, firstly, thank you, Councillor Abbott. And I'm now happy to move on to the next person, unless there's anything that either the council or the appellant wish to raise in response to what you've said.
So I think what I'm tempted to, because I know there's quite a lot of overlap between the things that residents might say, and it might there are a couple of things which I might want to come back on, but it might be easier if we stack them up and then do them at the end in one go, if that's acceptable to you.
Yes, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. Can I just say we can put the we can add the proposals map to the inquiry documents.
Okay.
But we'll check it first.
Okay, thank you. I'm afraid I can't remember what order we agreed to go in, so hopefully the councillors have remembered, and the second person can now put on their screen, please.
Right, the second person is myself, Councillor Michael Lager, and I'm an elected member of Witham Town Council, and Witham Town Council have appointed me as their representative at this inquiry. Previously, I've served on the Braintree District Council at periods since 1976, including on their planning committee and their subcommittee handling the preparation of the local plan, which has replaced the 2005 review local plan. So I've got some familiarity with the process and the context. I won't be covering ground that's already covered in representations which you have copies of. There's no point in doing that again, or indeed other material that you already have available. But for your convenience, so I have had the Town Council forward to you yesterday a copy of what I'm about to say, so to avoid perhaps the need to take copious notes at this stage. I want to outline some aspects of the LPA's decision-making process that you may not be fully aware of. The applicant's, Bellway's application was validated by the LPA on the 11th of December 2020, and the Town Council raised a number of objections on the 25th of March 2021, which is document CD 62, and repeated these on the 15th of September 2021. I don't think that has been included as a key document. The application was first considered by the LPA's Planning Committee on the 26th of October 2021, that's CD2, And as we know, there was a recommendation from the LPA's officers to approve. Now, I went to this meeting and spoke as the Town Council's representative in opposition to the officers' recommendation. Members of the committee expressed many concerns, but particularly about a proposed cycleway along both sides of Collingwood Road in Witham, to run from the railway station to the town centre, citing concerns over increased congestion resulting from additional traffic lights at the bridge over the railway, difficulty in devising a safe route along a narrow and busy shared section of pavement, and the potential for better alternatives, although the local highway authority, as a matter of record, had not objected to this proposal. The committee then agreed to defer any decision, the minutes stating to enable the appellant to reconsider the applicant to reconsider the proposed cycleway, particularly the stretch of cycleway at Collingwood Road, Witham, and to undertake public consultation. And I have included in the text that has been emailed to you a copy of the minutes recording this decision, as it's not included as a core document. Alternative routes were then considered, and one along Almond Road was investigated in some detail, but it wasn't supported by the local highways authority. Other routes in the cycleway plan weren't considered, including one potential route over from Mott's Lane over the railway and thence along the pavement through the industrial estate to the Catholic Bridge and continuing thereafter along the disused railway, from which point there are numerous easy connections to the town centre. And this route is one that can offer a safer and certainly far less busy option than Collingwood Road. As this could be implemented with fewer highway works and a simpler traffic regulation order, it may also cost significantly less than the £708,000 quoted in relation to the Collingwood Road B1018 route in the planning proof of evidence by Mr. Oliver Spencer at page 2. And you have that document. No proposals have been made for future secure storage of cycles when cyclists arrive at the town centre. Curious omission. This route received adverse comment from the Highways Authority, believing that as it passed through an industrial estate, it wouldn't be attractive to cyclists. It is, however, shown as a key desire line at figure 4.2 on page 62 of the Braintree District Cycling Action Plan, and as a potential route linking up a number of existing routes in figure 6.3 on page 67. And as these are not in the documentation hitherto provided to you, I've annexed them to the statement which is now with you. Town Council wrote again on the 4th of February 2022, a copy is likewise annexed as it wasn't on the CD list, repeating the earlier objections, but now adding reasons regarding the proposed Collingwood cycleway. Turn the page. The second committee meeting took place on the 22nd of February 2022, and you have that as CD3. The full report from the LPA's officers again recommending approval of an unchanged application when it was resolved to refuse the application, and the decision notice containing the refusal of consent with reasons, but not mentioning the cycleway issue, was issued on the 18th of March, and that's document CD1. Now, the Town Council's objections, I echo many of those presented by others, which you will have seen. I need only refer to the proposed Collingwood Road cycleway. The Town Council's ambition, excuse me, is for a linked-up network allowing easy movement in and through the town. The Braintree District cycleway strategy sees this as a key objective, and recent Section 106 agreements contribute to it. Town Council owns the River Walk that extends from the northwest edge of Witham to the southeast edge of the town and has cycle access along its length, other than a short section that isn't suitable, but where there is an alternative. And the Town Council has plans to make substantial improvements to the paths and cycleways. Witham has only 2 ways for vehicles to cross the railway and river, other than using local roads. The bridge by the railway station experiences a significant congestion in both directions at the morning and afternoon peaks. Additional traffic and traffic controls can only make this worse. Additional congestion would also occur while works to the highway are executed. Now, a bridle, foot and cycle bridge over the railway at Mott's Lane was built some years ago at a cost of some £2 million when the level crossing was closed. It allows easy access to the Eastways industrial estate and beyond from the proposed development. And the LPA's planning officer's report mentions that the cycleway proposals depend on obtaining an appropriate traffic regulation order. My own observations on the Collingwood Road cycleway proposals are in my personal consultation response of the 25th of October 2021. I also understand that there are ongoing conversations between the LPA and the appellant on alternative routes. If you are minded to allow the appeal, we would ask for the Highway Works Agreement with the Highway Authority to provide for the following. Now, this may be covered in the section about conditions and so forth of this inquiry. At the moment, it reads provision of pedestrian and cycle improvements along the B1018 and Braintree Road between Albert Road and Newlands Drive, as shown in principle on drawing number 2002470-014K, or in the event a TRO is not made prior to commencement of development, a suitable alternative scheme as agreed with the Council and the County Council. And we will seek that to be turned round to the following draft text, and that would read provision of pedestrian and cycle improvements between the application site and the town centre by a suitable scheme, including the making of an appropriate TRO, alternative to that shown in principle on drawing number, I won't repeat it, as may be agreed with the council, the town council and the county council. I just want to have a section about drawing to your attention consultation by the appellant. Which is a requirement under the Statement of Community Involvement and the National Planning Policy Framework. And details of that have been included in my own representation, which you will have a copy of on the 22nd of March 2021. Wasn't referred to in either of the LPA's officers' reports. And I invite you to consider this as a reason why this outline application was correctly refused. Lastly, I turn to the question of the 5-year housing land supply. At the first LPA committee meeting, the LPA had an evidenced housing land supply of 5.34 years. And it was only in September 2022 when the latest availability as at April 2022 was published that assessment had fallen to 4.86 years. We do have some difficulty in understanding how the LPA could have been expected to consider circumstances which hadn't even happened when determining the application. And the contention by the appellant that this revised figure should be considered, if it's agreed to, would render all planning application determinations uncertain and open to challenge on the basis of circumstances that became later apparent but were unknown when the determination was made. The question arises, of course, are consents to be successfully revoked by the LPA when, for instance, a 5-year housing land supply is evidenced within the period allowed for an appeal so as to disengage the tilted balance? This, along with the non-conformity of the development plan in force at the time the application was determined, we feel was sufficient reason to dismiss the appeal. So in conclusion, this whole story suggests that the LPA had misgivings about several aspects of this application, but felt obliged to recommend approval in the face of fears that the softening of the 5-year housing land supply could lead to an appeal that they might lose with a major award of costs in favour of the appellant. Planning application, having considered the planning committee, having considered the application in detail on 2 occasions, came to a different conclusion. And I invite you to support that in dismissing the appeal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Again, I have a few questions, if that's okay. Do we have information anywhere in the core documents, again, this is for the council and appellant as well, on these alternative routes that you mentioned on the cycle, for the cycleway? And what information is out there on those alternatives that the council might consider?
I don't think any of these alternatives have appeared in the core documents that you've been provided with. They do appear in other documents that the District Council would be able to provide you with, in particular the Braintree District cycleway strategy. It has a number of maps in it and is a document of considerable value and interest, and will move forward considerably the cause of offering alternatives to the motor car. But that's something I think that the District Council would be able to make available.
I'm just going to bring in Neil Jones to just explain the process the council proposes to go through.
Okay, thank you.
So in answer to the question, sir, there isn't a plan currently on the core documents which identifies the alternative routes which Councillor Lager is referring to. I know we've got a session this afternoon on conditions in 106. I'm not sure how much detail to go into now, but I think suffice to say, perhaps for now, that matters have moved on a little since Councillor Lager, in terms of 106, beyond perhaps what Councillor Lager has been aware of. So where originally we were looking at a scheme along Collingwood Road, and that was very much the intention. There's some additional flexibility that's been built into the Section 106 now, whereby the Collingwood Road scheme could still potentially be considered in the future following appropriate consultation, or alternative routes which provide connections for cyclists between the appeal site and the town centre could be looked at. And there's a process which I can explain at the session this afternoon, where I think that will be the town council and others would be able to engage in that process, and the 106 contribution which has been secured could be used. But I can go into more detail now, sir, or I can leave it to this afternoon, whichever suits you.
Mr. Brown, did you want to say something?
Well, only so that Mr. Kay is sending me messages, so I'm going to bring him in if I can.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, sir. The Braintree District Cycling Action Plan that's been referred to, which hasn't been put before you at this hearing, does specify in figure 6.3, just to direct you, sir, a number of alternative potential cycle routes in the area. It's worth noting that the route that Mr. Lager is referring to, which leads from the Motts through the industrial estate along what's called Eastways, is highlighted on that map as being a potential on-road cycle route, in the same way as the corridor along the Collingwood Road is also shown on that plan. So there is no qualification for one route necessarily being better than the other. They are both shown on the plan with a sort of similar level of potential. If I may just, if you would give me the opportunity, sir, to address some of the points that Mr. Lager has sort of indicated. Yeah, of course. Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I was just suggesting to Mr. Kay that we, at the moment, restrict ourselves to your question, and we'll come back to wider issues later. Thank you.
I'm wondering whether it is worth turning up to Section 106 at this point, as we're talking about it. If the parties are able to direct me to precisely where this revised wording is within the document. And then obviously we can then speak to Councillor Lager about how much he thinks that meets his concerns in this regard.
Yes, it would be Schedule 15 of the draft agreement. It's now the schedule is now the Sustainable Transport Contribution. So what has been done is that we've combined what was previously a separate public transport contribution for improvements to bus services, and also a contribution towards improvements to cycling together, to allow the councils a little bit more flexibility. So rather than having two schedules with two separate amounts, it just allows us to move a little bit of money between the two, depending on priorities. But just in terms of the definition, the Sustainable Transport Improvements Contribution purposes means A, bus service provisions to enhance the existing bus service that uses Forest Road Witham, which could include more frequent daytime services and or evening services and or weekend services, and or bus services that either run from Rickstones Road to Forest Road through the site, or from Forest Road along Evans Way. So that's the bus service side of it. And then at B, we've got pedestrian and cycle improvements between the site and Witham Town Centre. So you can see it's been left quite broad there, so that would include the Collingwood Road scheme if that was to find support in the future. Or alternatively, it could be other schemes that could be identified, providing obviously they're between the in the corridor between the site and the town centre. And just if it's helpful, so at this point I was going to bring it up this afternoon at the session, but the District Council are in the process of commissioning a local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, an LC WIP, for the town of Witham. So that would obviously involve engagement with a wide range of stakeholders, including the Highway Authority and the Town Council and councillors. So that will have an opportunity to explore perhaps more fully the different routes that are available, where improvements could be secured. And the District Council's view is that the LC WIP actually will provide a good basis for airing those different schemes, identifying priorities, and in the event that the planning permission were granted and a financial contribution was secured, the recommendations of the LC WIP could be used to inform how those improvements are made, subject obviously to being within the definition that's in the 106.
Okay, thank you. Is the 106 a core document? Obviously I have it, but I don't know if it's a core document or not. So I'm just thinking it'd be obviously helpful for Councillor Lager to review what you've just said himself. That's schedule 15.
I'm not sure that it is, sir, but if it's not, we can certainly get it added straight away.
Councillor Lager, I'm not sure if you, I mean, obviously you've just heard that for the first time. I'm not sure if you've got any initial thoughts, and we are coming back to the section 106 later in the day, so perhaps you'll have a chance to review it ahead of then with regard to that element of your objection.
Well, thank you, sir, for that. And I, on behalf of the Town Council, very much welcome this additional flexibility that is now emerging. And clearly, the Local Planning Authority has proved that it is in listening mode and will take account of concerns expressed by residents and local bodies. So we will be ready to, and very ready to, engage with the Local Planning Authority in moving this matter forward on the lines that are being suggested.
Thank you very much. So yes, can I ask for the 106 to be added, please, so that Councillor Lager can view that schedule 15, which is PDF page 59 and actual page 59, so that helps when you're looking through it. And then obviously this afternoon, if you've got any further comments on that, we can pick that up. Also, we did, it's mentioned then by Mr. Kay, the cycling action plan and a particular figure. So again, if this is going to be helpful to my just general understanding of the background to this, I think it would be helpful if that was also added as a core document, if there's no objection from either party.
No, sir, that makes good sense.
Okay, thank you. So if I could ask that that is undertaken promptly, please. Thank you. Okay, so I think that covers that issue. I was going to ask about you raised consultation by the appellant. Was this a procedural point with regard to the planning application, Councillor?
Very much so.
Understand. Okay.
Yeah, very much so. The point being that the applicant was supposed to do much more consultation with neighbouring residents than it actually did. And I think what it in fact did was take a view that the parish boundary was the limit that it needed to go to, ignoring the fact, as you'll be aware, that the earlier phases 1 and 2, of course, are immediately adjacent to this proposed phase 4. And the extent of consultation, certainly in my view, and the Town Council's view, was not adequate and not in conformity with the statement of community involvement, which sets out certain principles and so forth, and which is part of the what's it called, the development. There's an overall development document, isn't there, which embraces both procedure and also the actual planned content. I forgot what it's called.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. But that was the application, not the appeal. That's what you're referring to. Just to make it clear from my side.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's a general development procedure order that you're referring to. Thank you. I'll take point 4 if that's okay, where you mention timings of decisions and changing of the evidence. It's very clear in planning case law that it's the evidence at the time of decision which counts. So it is correct to take account of the current 5-year housing and supply position rather than the one at the original determination by the council. But that doesn't mean, for example, consent's being revoked. It's at the point of decision. So if an application is granted approval, then it wouldn't be revoked because of changes to the 5-year housing and supply that occurred afterwards. It's happening for this appeal because, of course, although there was a determination by the council, it's now a second determination by myself as part of this process. So hopefully that explains that. But you don't need to worry about revocation of granting planning permission by the council because of changes in circumstances.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anything that the council or the appellant want to raise at this point before we move on to the next councillor?
Not really, so no.
So can I just raise one matter? You mentioned the green buffer and the appeal site and the best plan for that.
Yes.
So on the inquiry website, core document 12 is the local plan with all the proposals plan, and it's page 295 inset map 2A. We've taken the liberty of just putting those details on the chat for this website, but we can, if it's helpful to you, send you that particular inset map if that helps. But it's on the within core document 12.
Okay, I'll go to that now. Actually, as I say that, I remember Mr. K had other points to make, so I think we'll be turning back to him in a moment. But if I just go to that now, 295.
It's inset map 2A.
Yes, so it's that green element in the top right-hand corner.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So yes, I don't need that as a separate document because it's already there. Thank you very much. Yes, so yes, Mr. K, you had further points.
So I was going to save Mr. K until the end of the
Okay.
the local resident, because I know, as I say, those still to come have similar points to raise. I think it's probably easier if he's got his camera on once and deals with it all in one go.
Okay, thank you. Okay then, so if we could now pass on to Councillor Wright, please.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to present this statement. My name is Bob Wright. I'm speaking as a local ward district councillor. By way of background, I am also a resident of Rickstones Road, Rivenhall, and then Vice Chairman of Rivenhall Parish Council. I am professionally qualified as a mechanical engineer with a health and safety background, and I am a member of the Institute of Mechanical Engineers. This development is not an allocated site in the current adopted local plan. It is not within the village envelope and will almost double the size of Rivenhall in terms of numbers of houses. This site was rejected by the BDC Local Plan Committee on several occasions in drawing up the current local plan, and also was rejected at previous local plan processes in 1999, 2005, 2011, 2014-15, 2017 and 2021. In the adopted local plan, Rivenhall is listed as a Tier 3 village, having limited local services. Local plan policy LPP1 states that for development outside the development boundaries, development will be confined to uses appropriate to the countryside. The appeal site is in the countryside and yet would be an urbanisation development which would worsen coalescence between Rivenhall and Witham. The appeal site, Bellway Phase 4, would be in addition to the Bellways Phase 3, now completed on Rickstones Road. If more developments are allowed, Rivenhall is in danger of losing its village identity. Nearby Rectory Lane is an historic lane designated in the local plan as a protected lane. It is also a quiet lane. When Bellways Phase 1 was granted planning permission, the housing was moved away from Rectory Lane, and yet the Phase 4 housing is proposed to run quite close alongside part of it, changing forever the character of the lane. Along Rectory Lane is a Grade 2 listed building, the old Rectory. It too has historical significance. Rivenhall is not getting any developer-funded benefits to facilitate outside of this site. Despite repeated calls to the District Council over many years that developments, including commercial sites along the A12, should offer 106 money to support Rivenhall, none has been agreed. For the appeal development, community facilities 106 money is proposed to be spent on facilities in the south of Witham. Neither Rivenhall nor Witham North have a GP surgery, dentist, or, with the exception of a pharmacy, any other healthcare facility. The nearest GP surgery is in central Witham on Collinwood Road. The chemist and convenience store referred to by Bellways is not a new facility. It was relocated from the adjacent, already established housing area. Much needed improvement to prevent flooding and to upgrade the surface of John Ray Walk and Rivenhall are listed in the BDC Open Spaces Action Plan, a document specifically designed to provide a shopping list of potential projects across the district to which 106 monies can be used. Yet, despite this and specific requests for the Parish Council in respect of the nearby Bellway developments, the District Council has rejected allocating any 106 monies to the John Ray Walk, which is being used by new and established residents alike, and yet remains in a poor condition along the first section north of Rickstones Road. The extra allotments and wildlife area in the proposal are already there, as they are proposed in Bellway Phases 1 and 2. Many amenities and main services are outside of the preferred maximum walking distance of 800 metres, and this would lead to higher vehicle use. Railtrack is concerned at any increase in traffic across the unmanned crossing over the railway line at Cutthroat Lane on safety grounds. If the cycle lane is approved, this feeds into the station entrance in Albert Road, when in fact the cycle storage is in Easton Road. This storage is inadequate as there is currently an 8-year waiting list, which is not decreasing. When Bellway Phase 3 was given planning permission, the BDC Planning Committee voted to save the hedge that fronts onto Rickstones Road. Now it is being recommended to remove 12 foot of the hedge to open a gap for a foot cycleway. This is not consistent. The cycleway in central Witham appears to have been added to suggest the new development will be sustainable, but the details of the proposal development suggest otherwise, in that every house has got parking spaces and is proposed to put in electric charging points. This is suggesting that the new residents are not going to abandon their cars. Most cycleways have a modal shift of 5%. Bellway are suggesting a modal shift of 58% for this new development, which would appear to be exaggerated. The Collinwood Road Witham section of the cycleway is remote from the Bellway Phase 4 site, and is very controversial with residents and businesses there, as it would remove nearly all the current on-street parking. Parking would be removed that is currently used for GP surgeries in the Witham Public Hall on Collinwood Road. Where the new cycleway is planned to come through the hedge, which was previously saved from being removed, a crossing of Rickstones Road will be needed, but this is between a dangerous double bend and a school entrance. The safer route would be to go along the full length of the Bellway Phase 3 development on the inside of the hedge and come out near Forest Road. If the bus gate proposal at Rickstones Road is built and used as proposed, it will divert buses away from the existing homes along Forest Road. Their access to bus services would worsen. There is a lack of clarity over whether the sight lines on the bus gate can be delivered using public highway land. Local residents believe that part of the sightlines display is over their land, and in addition, it would be over their driveways. The bus gate should be rejected in any case, as the entrance is near a dangerous double bend with very poor sightlines to the south, including a brick wall. Residents are also concerned about the noise and other traffic close to their homes that may use the bus gate and connecting road, including at night, and whether the bus gate will be lit close to their homes. Accident data does not record non-personal injury accidents, and there has been numerous incidents in Rickstones Road, in particular a close proximity to the bus gate entrance. Braintree's local plan preferred option assessment, prepared by Ringway Jacobs for Essex County Council and BDC in 2017, identified limitations on the ability to provide highway improvements in Witham to accommodate additional vehicle trips on the network. Peak time congestion occurs every day on the B1018 through Witham, with long queues and sometimes on Saturdays. The proposed development will add to that situation. The air quality monitoring point on the B1018 at the railway bridge records the highest nitrogen dioxide levels in the town. Reference BDC air quality monitoring report. The proposed development and the addition of the bus gate should be rejected for many reasons, but safety to the public is high on the list, along with the impact on the homes nearby and other residents of Rivenhall. Rickstones Road is an increasingly busy road. The various new developments in Silver End, Bellway Phases 1 and 2, known as Rivenhall Park, and Bellway Phase 3, known as Bluebells, and at Conrad Road have added to the volumes of traffic, including lorries and other commercial vehicles. The bus gate will increase the likelihood of accidents on this stretch of road due to the slow movements of large vehicles turning. Some larger vehicles use the access now for commercial units, and these can cause chaos when vehicles have narrowly missed both our own and a neighbour's wall opposite when turning into the units. The bus gate is proposed at a location with totally inadequate, narrow and poorly maintained footways on both sides of the road, and no improvements are proposed as part of this development. With the dangerous double bend to the south of the proposed bus gate, visibility is restricted, and that is an accident waiting to happen. Although it is a 30-mile-an-hour limit, the majority of vehicles speed up leaving Witham because they believe they are in a 60-mile-an-hour limit road. It is a straight stretch of road leading into a double bend, and drivers do not always appreciate the hazards ahead, often having to brake hard. It has been suggested that pedestrians will be able to use the bus gate to get to the new development. If they have to cross Rickstones Road to do this as per Bellway's suggested layout, it will not be safe. In September 21, a special needs school opened, and the majority of the pilgrims required to be taken there and taken home by private transport due to their disabilities. The access and egress to the school is off Rickstones Road, adding to the already congested road. The school is due to increase its numbers and pupils over the next few years. Actually, there has been an accident of a car exiting the school and being hit by another car coming around the bend already. Children from all over the village are either taken by car or walk on inadequate, badly maintained and narrow pavements to Rickstones Academy in the primary schools in the area. It is already a dangerous stretch of road in which children have to negotiate sometimes no paths and in other places extremely narrow ones. It is quite daunting to have a speeding car or a large bus go past when walking along these pavements. Often cars will park on the pavements, totally blocking the access, and this means pedestrians, mothers and prams and mobility scooters will have to go around the obstacles into the road to pass. The bus gate road will be between two football pitches. One of these is for the youth football. Surely this will be dangerous when the ball travels off the side of the pitch into the path of a bus-stroke vehicle. The development would result in the loss of good quality agricultural land. There has been no cumulative impact assessment of the loss of farmland in the district, where there are numerous sites being developed for housing, commercial quarries and solar farms. Many established trees will be lost if the bus gate and Spine Road is built. Bellway states that the new trees will be planted, but establishing new trees is now harder due to the climate change, and many trees on the local development sites suffer through this hot and dry summer in 2022. The agreed watering system on Bellway's Phase 3 development failed in 2022. Trees are also proposed to be removed to provide sight lines for the bus gate, leading to harm to the street scene along Rickstones Road. There has been no cumulative impact assessment on the loss of trees and hedges in the district due to the development in recent years, but it is significantly already due to hedges and trees being removed on sites in Witham, Silver End and Crescent, and in part of Bellway 3 development nearby. In summary, the planning application, which is subject to the appeal, has been rejected already by members of the BDC Planning Committee, and I would urge that this appeal should not be allowed to overturn this democratic decision. The appeal site is within the countryside and it is not within any development boundary. The development would significantly add to a coalescence between Witham and Rivenhall, would almost double the size of Rivenhall. Harm would be caused to the setting of Rectory Lane. There would be significant losses of trees both within the development site and along Rickstones Road. There is strongly held local concern that the proposed bus gate has not been demonstrated to be safe. The cycleways have been poorly planned. The development would add even more traffic to the local road network. Rivenhall has very few services and in particular no GP surgery nor North Witham. On one point that's come up so far about the green buffer, it is stated that this is inside the green buffer. When this site was planned, the green buffer actually ran along Rectory Lane. It has been moved when the local plan was passed to move the green buffer further away from Witham. So when it was originally planned, the green buffer was in situ. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Again, just a couple of points to pick up from my side. You mentioned the John Way Walk
Yes.
and how that you think that should be upgraded, but that's not in the 106. Where is that physically?
The John Way Walk runs along Rectory Lane and it also runs north up to Braintree on the other side of the road. And due to various problems on that of landowner discharging water from his field straight onto the walk, every winter when it rains it gets flooded and it comes to about quite deep, and the surface of the walk has been severely eroded. And we at Rivenhall Parish Council have been trying for years to get some improvement to that surface and also to get the water stop being discharged onto that. And also there's also a flooding problem between the two parts of the John Way Walk, Rectory Lane and the actual footpath on the other side of the road, where there's a pipe that's been damaged for years and the whole corner of that floods when there's only a little bit of rain.
Okay, thank you. Maybe if I could understand from the council or the appendant a bit more about that path and if it was considered as part of the section 106.
So that's directed.
That was directed to the council and the appellant. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not aware that, other than to the extent that it passes through the appeal site, we've been asked to make a contribution to the improvement of other parts of the walk. I don't know what our response would have been if we had been asked. I mean, in general, we're making off-site contributions where they are appropriate. Mm-hmm. It's certainly something we would have been willing to look at. I'm not going to promise Bellway's money here and now, but the simple fact of the matter is we haven't been asked, and perhaps Mr. Neal might be able to help you with the reasons why.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. So a financial contribution wasn't requested by the Highway Authority, who are obviously responsible for maintaining the public rights of way network. Certainly the issues about the condition of the John Ray Walk on the other side of Rickstones Road was raised certainly during discussions with the Highway Authority and the public rights of way team during the phase 1 and 2 application, which I dealt with as well. I can't say that it was raised again during discussions during the phase 4 application. When we discussed it, or when I discussed it with the public rights of way team during phase 1 and 2, they made it clear that they didn't have plans in place whereby they could use a contribution and weren't seeking a contribution. They also pointed to the fact that there was generous open space provision within the development, which residents would be more likely to use. So they were sort of asking a question of a local planning authority as to whether it will be justified, which I don't think we ever got that far because the contribution wasn't requested. But I guess that was a point that they raised in terms of reasonableness of the request. So in answer, I suppose it has previously been considered, but in fairness, not specifically in connection with the phase 4 application.
Okay, thank you. So that's something I'll take on board. And Councillor Wright, I'll have a look at that path when I'm doing my site visit as well. Thank you. And then I just want to get to the bottom of the sight lines by the bus gate. What's the best drawing for me to look at for that? Oh, sorry, I see there's a hand raised as well. Councillor
Mr. Kay might be best placed to answer that question, sir.
The best plan that I would recommend would be the plan within the transport assessment. So the plan is the number is 2002470-005.
Okay.
Whereabouts is it?
It's okay. I've got that in front of me physically, actually. Okay.
It's just about to give you a reference.
Okay.
Sorry. Just in case, just about to give you a precise reference where in the TA you can find it, sir. I hope.
Yes, it is page 19 of 31. I'm able to share this on the screen if you would think that was helpful. Otherwise, I would just delegate to your later review of the plan.
Yes, that will be
just for
helpful,
context, so the plan shows the extent of the adopted highway boundary shaded in yellow,
okay,
as well as the planning application. And it's very clear from that plan that the extent of the highway boundary extends either side of Rickstones Road beyond the limit of the carriageway, as most highway boundary plans do, which, in my view, having reviewed the title plans that were put forward in the statement of third parties, it is entirely logical and feasible, as is in this case, that the highway boundary should include land that is, the highway designation include land that is otherwise owned by a third party, but that is still within the limit of highway land, and therefore under section 278 of the Highways Act 1990 is available to make improvements to, whether those be physical improvements, which we are not necessarily proposing to make in connection with the land owned by a third party, but we are showing visibility displays entirely within the extent of the adopted highway that does effectively oversail or overlie existing driveways which have been formed over time as and when residents have carried out improvements to their property.
Okay, thank you.
But just for absolute clarification, the land that's been stated required to deliver the visibility displays that are shown on the plan that I referred to are entirely within the extent of adopted highway boundary.
Thank you. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you, sir. Yes, if I could please just raise a point about the Open Spaces Action Plan. So the situation with John Ray Walk on the section that Councillor Wright was referring to as it leads away northwards immediately from Rickstones Road, so the other side of Rickstones Road from Rectory Lane. Source of huge frustration for us locally. The Open Spaces Action Plan is a document that the District Council updates annually and is currently doing so for the next year. And the Parish Council has repeatedly, and there's an entry in there, asked for improvements to the John Ray Walk. Now, why the District Council is not referring to that when the OSAP is specifically a document which is like a sort of a shopping list of things which could be looked at in terms of Section 106s again around the whole of the district, we simply don't understand. It's clearly a local need. As local people, we know very well that John Ray Walk is extremely well used. In terms of the County Council, I think it's an issue of where it's falling between two stools. Highways Maintenance are very well aware of the problems there, and they've promised us over the years various things. They've done some of them and not many others. Why the planning side of highways is not picking up, I don't know. But just to emphasise, it is an evidenced matter in the OSAP. It's accepted by the District Council. It should be upgraded. Why it is not then cascading, if you like, through the system, we don't understand. Thank you.
It sounds like a good point to ask the council that very question.
Yep. So, as a sort of explains, so the financial contribution or works wasn't requested as part of the Highway Authority's consultation request. I mean, we are aware, or I am aware, certainly from historic dealings with the site, that there is an issue there. I mean, the issue sort of predates the development, so I guess the development has exacerbated existing problems, but there is, as Councillor Abbott said, a long-standing problem there, and obviously, development can mitigate the impact that it has, but shouldn't be required to deal with existing problems. In terms of the Open Spaces Action Plan, Councillor Abbott is right, it is listed and has been identified by the Parish Council and is included within that document. However, for us to be able to identify or use contributions to deal with it within it, the landowner or the person who has rights over it has to be committed to doing something. So in this case, I mean, we haven't approached the landowner, but I think we would have to be looking to the Highway Authority carrying out improvements within the designated width for the public rights of way there. And as I say, as the Highway Authority haven't identified a scheme or sort of contribution, that's why one hasn't been sought in connection with this particular application.
Okay, Councillor Abbott,
if I may, so as far as we're aware, that first section before it goes out into the field, so it's many hundreds of metres, is owned by the County Council. We're not aware that it's under private ownership.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. That's all helpful information for me to take on board. Just to say to Councillor Wright, you mentioned the narrowness of footways by the bus gate and access to schools. And I've been looking at the recommended route, and that seems to include those areas. So that would be something that I look at when I'm on site.
Yeah, in fact, both me and my neighbours have actually moved our boundary line away from the road to make the footpath a wider footpath there. There's a telegraph pole right outside my house, which is actually in my garden, but at the moment it is on the footpath because I've moved my wall back, because it was being hit on a regular basis by lorries turning into that site where the bus gate is going. So
thank you very much.
So we've actually improved the footpath right at the one end of the road.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's everything from me. Unless anyone else wants to raise anything for Councillor Wright. Okay, thank you. And now we can turn to was it Melanie Lee? Sorry, I'm sorry, I can't remember your name.
Yeah, it's Melanie Ailey.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. No doubt most of my comments will be the same as previous ones that have been gone through today. But anyway, my name is Melanie Ailey. I'm a member of the Chartered Institute of Highways and Transportation and a fellow of the Institute of Highways Engineers with over 25 years of experience in transport planning. I'm speaking on behalf of the Rickstones Action Group and also as a local resident. The reasons why I'm objecting to this proposal are in relation to highway matters, which include an unsafe bus access that is proposed on Rickstones Road, and that there's been no assessment of impact carried out on the local highway network. With regard to the proposed bus gate, the proposal seeks to make use of an existing access that currently serves a small business unit situated on a blind S-bend. The access currently uses convex mirrors to assist drivers to exit the site due to very restricted visibility to the left. There are been a number of near misses, including recently a motorcyclist almost being hit by a car exiting the barn, and also incidents at this access, including a collision with two cars. One of them was a post office vehicle. The proposed arrangement for this access, which is shown on the drawing that was referred to earlier, identifies splays of 2.4 metres by 43 metres, which is based on Manual for Streets calculations. However, 43 metres needs to be based on the recorded 85th percentile speeds, which was not the case in this situation. Living on Rickstones Road for over 10 years, I've seen a significant increase in the volume of vehicles used in this route, as well as an increase in speeds which are well in excess of 30 miles an hour. I believe that as part of this appeal, the appellant has now carried out speed surveys, as there is traffic counters on Rickstones Road in the vicinity of the access, although I have not seen these results of the survey and they're not included in the proof submitted by the appellant. The visibility from the access is currently restricted to the left by trees and fence. Whilst the proposal seeks to open up the access and remove these features, which are considered to form part of the rural nature of this part of Rickstones Road, which lies within Rivenhall, there is also an existing barn building on site and also a brick wall that forms part of number 300 Rickstones Road, which both restrict visibility to the left from the access. Furthermore, the extent of highway boundary, which has been referred to earlier, identified on the access plans to the north of the site, is believed to be incorrect based on the information that I provided on land registry data that's been provided by local residents, which shows their boundaries extending to the edge of carriageway, which would result in the visibility displays extending across the party land. An access that has inadequate visibility will be extremely unsafe, especially for slow-moving passenger-carrying vehicles such as buses. While this is an existing access, the intensification of use will see buses entering and exiting every 20 minutes. Together with the inadequate visibility, it is inevitably going to result in more conflicts occurring. The access proposal onto Rickstones Road is therefore not considered to be in line with MPPF para 108, which states that in assessing sites that may be allocated for development in plans or specific applications, it should be ensured that safe and suitable access to the site can be achieved for all users. The need for a bus gate is also considered unnecessary, as there are existing bus stops on Forest Road which are within 400 metres or a 5-minute walk of the site. The other reason for objection is that the appellant has not undertaken an assessment of impact and cannot therefore demonstrate that the development will not have a severe impact. MPPF para 109 states development should be only prevented or refused on highway safety or where residual cumulative impacts on the road would be severe. The adopted local plan was supported by a transport model conducted by Ringway Jacobs, which identified that with allocated development site, the network within Witham was constrained and the ability to provide improvements to accommodate additional vehicle movements was limited, which would result in greater delays and congestion occurring. The limitation in capacity was acknowledged by the applicant within their planning documents, including the transport statement, although no further assessment was undertaken. The traffic through Witham in the past few years has increased significantly, which has been a result of new developments not just within Witham, but in surrounding areas including Cressing, Silver End and Braintree, as well as further afield, as many vehicles travel through Witham to gain access to the A12. The assessment undertaken by Ringway Jacobs was based on the predicted at-site allocations and would not have accounted for large, unallocated sites. Therefore, it's considered paramount that given the constraints of the network through Witham, all major developments should demonstrate that their impact does not make the already congested network worse and that suitable mitigation is provided. The development is expected to generate around 125 two-way trips in the peak hour. This level of traffic will have an impact on existing junctions within Witham. The evidence supported by the appellant reviews data included in the TA submitted as part of the application for Phase 1 and 2, which was undertaken in 2015. However, there is no detail. They include a review against 2022 traffic data, although there is no detail of that traffic data included within the proof. But notwithstanding that, it's considered that any assessment of impact should be carried out based on up-to-date traffic data, which includes committed development, providing a cumulative assessment, and that appropriate mitigation is undertaken with that traffic data. The proposal seeks to provide a new bus service and a fragmented cycle route to the town centre. Whilst the provision of these services should be encouraged and will provide an encouragement for residents to use alternative modes, it cannot be assumed that providing these measures there will be no impact on the highway. These measures should be considered as part of the overall assessment and not used as justification for not carrying out any detailed impact analysis. Any development of this side must ensure that they can demonstrate that their impact is not severe. I therefore believe that planning should not be granted for this application on the basis that the access proposed for buses onto Rickstones Road is unsafe and that the applicant cannot demonstrate that they will not have a severe impact on the Leica highway network. As such, the development proposal does not conform to the NPPF. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Obviously, a number of detailed points there. I mean, that's the ones I sort of particularly noted down are the distances based on 85th percentile speeds, the sort of the lack of detailed highway network impact, the links of that to mitigation measures, and traffic data provided. Of course, a number of other points you've made. I think really probably best to turn over to the appellant and their highway specialist, I think, for this, Mr. Brown.
Yeah. Thank you. So I've been making a list of notes as we've gone along and sort of notionally identifying them to witnesses. And what I was going to do was sort of act as ringmaster and apportion things out to different people. Okay. I probably got 15 to 20 minutes worth of things to cover with Mr. Spencer, Mr. Cowlin, Mr. Kay. I'm very happy to do that now. I have one eye on the clock. I know we're coming up to 1 o'clock. I'm entirely in your hands as to the best way forward. But it's an exercise that's going to take us beyond the normal lunchtime if we do it now. But I'm very happy to do it now if that's convenient for you.
If the interested parties are happy, I think I'd like to do it now just because everything's fresh in our minds, and then we can just take a slightly later lunch if everyone is okay with that.
That's fine, sir. In that case, sir, do you mind if now, rather than just responding to Ms. A. Lee, if I sort of sweep up all the various points and we go back to the beginning? All right. In that case, if I can go back to Councillor Abbott, and there's just one or a couple of points there that I wanted Mr. Spencer to deal with. The first is the point that Councillor Abbott raised about the local plan and the fact that somewhat ironically, at the time the council made its decision, it thought it had a 5-year housing land supply, but it didn't have an up-to-date local plan. It's now got an up-to-date, well, it's got a very recent local plan, but it doesn't have a 5-year housing land supply. And one can understand how there might be a sort of furrowed brow as to how that happened. And I wondered if Mr. Spencer would just like to comment on that issue in terms of the evidence base for the plan and what it was assessed against.
Yes, thank you. So Although the local plan was adopted relatively recently.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Spencer, there's an echo.
A large part of
from
its
you.
preparation dates back to 2016 to
Sorry, Mr. Spencer,
2018,
can you hear me?
2019. And the plan was prepared in accordance with the 2012 version of the NPPF.
Can everybody else hear me?
So,
Sorry, sir.
Yes. So, Mr. Spencer, there's a quite strong echo, which makes it very difficult to understand you. Are you in the same room as Mr. Brown?
Yes, but I've turned my mic right. I've turned my mic off, so that. Yeah.
If you
okay,
try again,
hopefully is that better?
Yes. Can you start again at the beginning, please, because it was difficult to understand you.
Will do. Yeah. So as I was saying, although the Braintree Section 2 local plan has been adopted relatively recently, the majority of the plan was prepared in substance in sort of 2016, 2017, 2018, and was prepared in accordance with the 2012 version of the National Planning Policy Framework. So for the purpose of the local plan examination, most of the parties at that examination accepted that the plan could demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. But that was in accordance with the 2012 NPPF. We are now obviously in a world where the 2021 NPPF applies for the purpose of determining planning applications. And the planning practice guidance that links to that most recent version of the NPPF applies a sterner test on establishing whether or not sites are deliverable. And I believe that in essence, that is why the local authority is now unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply for planning application purposes, when the local plan examination found that there was a 5-year supply for local plan purposes. But obviously that's not the easiest point for local people to appreciate necessarily, but nevertheless, that is the case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just before we move on, Councillor Abbott has raised his hand.
Well, just to clarify that, given my background, which I explained, I fully understand the point and was fully aware of it beforehand. And I think it's also been explained to local people. We don't dispute the way it's being calculated and the reasons for the calculation. Our argument from the parish council is more to do with the balance of harms, as I set out.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor.
So second topic deals with coalescence, and I've got 3 separate issues here, one of which is definitely for Mr. Spencer, one of which is for Mr. Cowlin, and one of which may fall between the two. The extent to which Rickstone's End benefits from policy protection, Mr. Spencer deals with that in paragraph 6.9 of his proof, and I'm just going to ask him to pick up very, very briefly on whether Rickstone's End is a settlement which, in his view, qualifies. The second topic, which Mr. Spencer may say is for him, and if not, I'll get Mr. Cowlin to deal with it, is the fact that the site is within Rivenhall, and understandably people within Rivenhall feel it's part of their territory, but I'm interested to know from a planning perspective whether the council's approached the appeal site as being part of Witham or as part of Rivenhall. And Mr. Spencer, if you can deal with that, perhaps you will. And then lastly, I want to come to Mr. Cowlin just to comment on the extent to which there would or would not be coalescence, to the extent to which there are buffers. So if I can start with Mr. Spencer for my first point and possibly the second. Mr. Spencer, thank you.
Thank you. So I think the point was made earlier today about there being an error in the council's statement of case where it refers to Rivenhall End. It almost certainly meant Rickstone's End, i.e. the ribbon development on Rickstones Road. And it's our position that ribbon development doesn't form part of a development boundary, any village development boundary, and it is excluded from the green buffer that's located to the north, that is intended to prevent coalescence between Witham and the settlements of Rivenhall and Rivenhall End. So as far as coalescence is considered, and in policy terms, We don't believe that Rickstone's End is firstly an identified settlement, and secondly warrants the protection from coalescence in policy terms. That's the first point. And in relation to sorry, Paul, what was parish boundary? Yes, in relation to the parish boundary, of course, it's true to say the site falls within Rivenhall parish. That's accepted by all parties. However, we would say that it will function as part of an urban extension to Witham, and it will immediately abut the development boundary to Witham. And that's our position.
Hello, sir. I'm Nigel Cowlin. You will see in my proof that I deal with coalescence at section 13, and I look at it strictly in terms of spatial factors, but also in terms of visual factors. And my conclusion on coalescence is at 13.16, where I accept that the development will cause some theoretical movement towards coalescence in strict spatial terms, but that the development proposal would have no implications for the ordinary perception of the gap between settlements. And it would not lead to any increased perception of coalescence between Witham and Rivenhall, or Witham and Rivenhall End, which are the settlement areas that my colleague was defining earlier. And that conclusion seems entirely consistent with the plotting of the green buffer and consistent with the council's position at the time they originally determined the application, and their advisors, their internal landscape advisors, and Michelle Bolger, their external expert landscape consultant at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So on that basis, I've got one last witness I need to ask questions of. It's Mr. Kay, and I've got three broad topics for Mr. Kay. First of all, Mr. Kay, the broad picture, the adequacy of the assessment that was done to start with, and whether that is all that's been done as we sit here today. Now, in terms of the scope of the assessment at the time the matter went to the council, your proof already deals with that. You explained that the scope of that was agreed with the county council, that there's a decision to be made about how much is appropriate. The appropriateness of the scope was agreed with the highway authority. I'm not going to ask you to read those bits of your proof. That's already set out. What I would ask you to respond to is Ms. A. Lee's suggestion that as we sit here today at the inquiry, that's as far as it goes, that nothing more has been done, because I think in your proof you do conduct a further analysis which goes beyond what was in front of the planning committee at the time. Is that right?
That's correct. I've included within my proof appendix KKL, which is a traffic assessment note that seeks to do a lot of what Melanie Ailey has suggested by supporting the application, or the appeal that's before you, sir, with additional traffic data carried out in 2022 in September of this year in particular. And what we have sought to do as appellant in this case, and is covered in my proof, is to provide some context to what has occurred in terms of traffic levels in the local road network in and around the development site that you're considering today. And the evidence points to a reduction in traffic between what was otherwise forecasted would be the situation in 2021, as set out in the phase 1 and 2 transport assessment for the North Witham developments, which obviously have since progressed to being built out, and what has actually occurred in 2022. So the premise that I am putting before you within the proof is that the level of residual vehicular traffic which the development at phase 4 would generate continues to be less than the reduction in traffic that has otherwise has been seen and experienced and has been recorded through subsequent surveys within both historical submissions and the appendix information that is in appendix KKL of my proof, to a point where it's very difficult to sustain the conclusion that there would be an adverse traffic impact arising from the development, given that the relative traffic volumes on a number of roads that have been surveyed, or the relative reduction is greater than the residual trip generation that the phase 4 development is expected to generate.
Thank you. Question or topic 2, Mr. Kay, the Collingwood Road cycle scheme. I wondered if you could just, there's a sequence here I'd like to explore. Firstly, can you just help us with a little bit of background, not too much, about how and why there came to be this emphasis on the Collingwood Road cycle scheme? Where did that idea come from? Is it something that Bellway has been pushing from the word go? Was it something that was suggested to us by the Highway Authority? How did the idea evolve? Secondly, if and so far as it may be, or is being put forward as a possibility, what do you say about the arguments that it's not an appropriate cycle scheme, that it would not be safe? And thirdly, in the event that for some reason the TROs that would be needed to implement it can't be implemented, what scope is there for an alternative scheme which would be equally or possibly more effective or less effective? And is that covered by 106?
Yes, I mean, to take your first point and address it for the purpose of the inspector here, the original consultation with Essex County Council related to the development of phase 4 and how was what met the policy objectives of being people orientated, of focusing on cycling and pedestrian movements, as well as bringing forward investment in public transport. And from a cycling perspective, we were very much encouraged to explore the route that is being presented in the transport assessment, which is the route along the Collingwood Road corridor, because of the existing desire lines that would exist between the development and not only the town centre, and recognising what obviously Michael Lager said about there being alternative routes to the town centre, but one of the key desire lines for the development was also the intermediate route between the development and the railway station, which the Collingwood Road corridor seems to best fit. But it's very much a consultative exercise that led to the identification of that route in the first place. Your second point was about the infrastructure specification. Yeah, so there's been reference within both our submissions, and particularly the 8 that's before you, Inspector, which is the Collingwood Road Cycle Scheme report that Ardent Consulting Engineers have produced, which looked at the type of infrastructure that could be delivered, respecting the circumstances that are present in Witham town centre. The point of reference for us is, and other third parties that have raised this in their submission, is very much the local transport note 120. So we call it LTN 120, which is the cycle infrastructure design guide, which does not necessarily itself advocate a one-size-fits-all approach, but it does recognise that both a range of circumstances and the underlying conditions both interplay in reaching a judgment as to the best means of accommodating cyclists and improving the user experience. And it does state that the conversion of existing footways to shared use is one of many options that could be explored, particularly when the reuse of the carriageway is rejected as being unworkable. That's a direct quote, or half of a direct quote, from paragraph 553 of LTN 120. That it does recognise the shared use footway cycleways are appropriate in some circumstances, particularly where two conditions are met, where to do so provides continuity in terms of the length of cycle route, and we are not just talking about particular areas of constraint within the town centre, particularly the railway bridge, which has been highlighted by third parties as being a potential issue. But it's very much focusing on an entire corridor-led approach. So shared use infrastructure is perfectly acceptable in a town centre environment, where achieving continuity of the route is of the greater importance, but also where the level of pedestrian and cyclists is below around the 300 movements per hour, which is a threshold that wouldn't be met in this case. So the suggestion that there are certain constraints that would make this scheme unworkable are not tenable. The scheme that's before you and has been provided within the submission is safe, meets the requirements of LTN 120 that allows for circumstances to be taken into account and for mitigation factors to take place. But as per the opening statement and subsequent answers to questions, we are within Schedule 15 of the Section 106, we are trying to widen the definition of the sustainable transport contribution to include a sum of money that's equivalent to the physical scheme that's been proposed for Collingwood Road Corridor, but doesn't necessarily rely on that exact scheme to be implemented, and it provides Essex with a degree of flexibility when it comes to defining how to use that money to improve the connections between the development and Witham Town Centre. But there's also within Schedule 14 an additional sum of £200,000 identified as a contribution to Witham Town Council for improvements to the Riverside walk cycle corridor that's been also been talked about by Mr. Lager, I believe.
Yeah, and just on that, Mr. Kay, I mean, it's all very well to say there's a pot of money there, but one of the things the inspector will wish to know is, well, it's all very well having the money, but if there isn't anything to spend it on, what good does that do? I mean, you've seen what's been said by the town council about alternative routes. What's your view on whether there are other ways that you could sensibly and usefully spend the money if it's not the Collingwood Road scheme?
Yeah, I mean, the town council put forward alternative views on routes that would achieve some level of cycle connectivity. The route that's been proposed via the Motts Lane railway bridge and the Eastways road that traverses the industrial area would provide a route to the town centre. It wouldn't necessarily provide a route to the railway station, which was one of the objectives that supported the choice of the Collingwood Road Corridor or the Braintree Road Collingwood Road Corridor proposals within the TA. It has some merits that could be explored further. There are obviously some benefits to including cycleway, footways along existing well-trafficked routes, just for overlooking and safety and lighting, which the Eastways corridor wouldn't necessarily lend itself terribly well without further investment. But again, I think the point was made by Witham Town Council that they feel that the sum of money that's being put forward for the Collingwood Road Corridor will more than cover the alternative routes, and therefore that provides the ultimate flexibility that the contribution that's been identified in Schedule 15 could be used for alternative routes and or improvements. They're not just about physical cycle infrastructure. It could extend to lighting, road safety, crossing points, etc.
Thank you. And then, so I see there are a couple of hands up, but I've got one more topic for Mr. Kay, and then perhaps if you're happy to come back to local residents, we can do that then. The last thing, Mr. Kay, I wanted to ask you about is the bus gate on Rickstones Road, and you've already dealt with the question about sight lines and land ownership. I'm not going to ask you to go back over that. Can I ask you, though, to pick up the comments that have been made, particularly by Councillor Wright and Melanie A. Lee, that it's dangerous, and picking up the inspector's question about the percentile speeds, the sort of assessment that's been done there. Mm-hmm. It might be helpful if you could explain what at the moment is the expectation about where the bus will go. Mm-hmm. And the extent to which that may or may not be relevant to safety issues. But yeah, if you could deal with that, please.
Yeah, so I think the first point I'd like to make the inspector aware of is the design compliance of what's been proposed against the relevant standards. Miss A. Lee was accurate in a description that we are seeking within the design parameters of the junctions to meet the requirements of the manual for streets. which is a 2.4 meter setback distance and a 43 meter visibility to the left and to the right. That is considered to be an appropriate visibility envelope for the speed environment of the road and the posted limit. There are existing vehicle actuated signs on Rickstones Road that remind drivers to behave in that way. So we have no evidence so far to the contrary. But even if there was a requirement through later stages of technical approval from Essex County Council to revise the design in any way, to increase the visibility displays or indeed mitigate the effect of any recommendations from the road safety audit when it came to securing an appropriate speed environment on Rickstones Road, then there are the natural processes through which that technical approval and that road safety audit process can run its course. It's worth noting that, and I think Ms. Councillor Abbott was possibly misinformed when referring in his evidence before you that this is a new access. It's actually an existing access, which we are improving in a number of ways. We are widening it. We're also providing, or the applicant is providing a larger radii, particularly on the left turn out of the junction, which could mitigate some of the issues that Miss Ailey has pointed out in terms of there being the existence of convex mirrors to facilitate the exit of HGVs from that existing access. It is an existing access that we are improving in a number of ways. It will be subject to technical approval, will be subject to a road safety audit. We don't believe, and I certainly don't believe, that the intensification of use associated with the selective access of that junction by 3 buses an hour would constitute significant intensification of that access. And on that basis, the combination of the frequency of use as well as the upgraded design of the junctions to meet the latest design parameters and criteria within Manual for Streets, combined with later stages of technical approval, means that there are all the gateways you'd expect for that junction to both be designed and built in a completely safe manner.
And at the moment, if the scheme goes ahead, how will are buses going to turn right and left out there, or what will be the expectation?
The expectation at present is that the bus would be turning left out of the bus gate and right into the bus gates, which are clearly the movements which are less constrained in terms of the design that we've put forward with the larger radii, particularly on the southern side of the access as you come out of the Phase 4 development.
Mr. Kay, those are all the questions that I jotted down. Is there anything else that you picked up along the way you wanted to comment on?
There was a point, if I may, from Mr. Wright regarding the level of mode shift that somehow it's satisfactory performance of the road network as a result of the trip generation that's forecasted by our development. He is correct that in my proof of evidence in table 6.5, I believe, that we present 6.5, that's correct, that we do present the level of vehicular trip generation that would be forecasted as being generated by the development. But it's not correct to assume that we are reliant on any way on a 58% modal shift to sustainable modes of transport, which I think is what Mr. Bob Wright was suggesting. And that assertion is not an assertion that we've made in our submission. I think it is born out of a third-party representation that alleges or puts a line in the sand that any impact below 50 vehicle movements will somehow not be significant, and any impact over 50 would be. And therefore, the 120 vehicle movements two-way that we're showing in our evidence is somehow reliant on demonstrating a 58% modal shift to meet that sort of arbitrary threshold of 50 trips that is presented in that third-party representation. So just to clarify, it's not something we're dependent on it. That 50 two-way trips, I don't recognise as a threshold in this case, and even if it was a threshold, it would be devoid of any context when it came to the data that I've provided in Appendix KKL, relating to the 2022 traffic surveys, which have been presented and undertaken at significant cost to the appellant to demonstrate the most up-to-date traffic volume situation for the purpose of the appeal and the hearing.
Ms. Kay, thank you. So those are all the questions that I had. I don't know if there's anything else on your list, but I hope I've picked up most of the things you asked.
No, you've covered everything that I was going to ask, and obviously I was asking questions as we went through. Thank you to the three people who've raised their hands for your patience. So, and I will turn to you now. I think Councillor Wright, you were first, had your hand raised.
Thank you. 2 points. It's been stated that this site abuts Witham boundary. It only does that on the very short boundary of phase 1 and 2. The other 3 boundaries, Rectory Lane is wholly within Rivenhall because the boundary is at Forest Road. Brickstones Road is in Rivenhall, and so is the golf course. So it's only the short boundary which abuts phase 1 is actually in Witham, and that previously was changed from Rivenhall.
Okay.
The other thing, I believe I heard that the traffic surveys suggest that the amount of traffic has gone down in this area. I don't know if I heard that right, but if that is the case, was the traffic survey done in the middle of COVID? Because that's the only time the traffic has gone down significantly in this area.
So the surveys were done in September 2022.
That's correct. So
the
previous surveys
traffic
that
has gone
we
down
compared
in this
information against were pre-COVID. The purpose of the surveys was to understand if, as a result of changes in working practices, changes in retail access by residents, and this is for Witham as a settlement, may have led to decreases in traffic, and to try and quantify that decrease in traffic against the residual vehicle generation that the proposed development of phase 4 would generate, and that was to address the points made by Braintree District Council in its decision. So we could bring some context to the conclusion that I've certainly reached in my proof, that there are no grounds to assume that the impact from phase 4, which is the appeal site, would give rise to a level of impact on the road network that would be classified as severe.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Abbott, I think you were second.
Thank you very much. Yes, three points, if I may. The first two, in respect to what Mr. Kay said, he said about the alternative versions of a potential cycleway investment which are being looked at, and he referred to access to the railway station, that the alternative to Collingwood Road wouldn't provide access to the railway station. I don't know how much we've discussed this today, if at all, but the current phases, 1 and 2, it is being built as we speak, a new cycleway linking to the railway station. That is already being built. It would connect to Motts Lane and then the unfortunately named Cutthroat Lane, which is a local name for the, which we probably would wish it was different. But it connects through to Motts Lane and Cutthroat Lane directly to the station. So that's already in hand. Secondly, he claimed I was misinformed about the access on Rickstones Road. I've lived in Rivenhall for 32 years, I've been a local councillor for 24. I'm not misinformed about the access. He's technically correct, of course, there is a current access, but it's to a very small group of commercial units. This would be a public road taking not just buses, but also other means of transport. It's a completely different kettle of fish, so to speak, and that's the point I was making. And then thirdly and finally, and really coming back to the number of what the parish council is concerned about, we heard again today these sort of arguments about coalescence. It's not really happening. Rickstones End isn't really part of Rivenhall. It's really disappointing to hear this type of argument as far as us as local representatives and residents concerned. As in this case of many other villages where hamlets and small areas of ribbon development lie outside of the core development boundaries of the core of the villages. It is very much part of Rivenhall. And my final point on that is phase 4 would be a continuation of that coalescence. So phases 1, 2 and 3 are all adding to the coalescence. Phase 4 would be cumulative on top of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just finishing my notes. Okay, thank you. Melanie Ailey.
Thank you, sir. Just one point with regards to the comments that Mr. Kay provided, which I'm sure he is perfectly aware of, that the visibility that they provided, 43 metres, should be based on, and it is quoted in Manual for Streets, that should be based on a recorded 85th percentile speed. I say there was traffic counters put down beside the access. Whether this was carried out by the appellant, I'm not sure, but there is no details of that, so it may suggest that the speeds recorded were actually greater, which is what I would expect than recorded. So just saying, providing 43 just because it's 30-mile-an-hour speed limit is not correct, not in accordance with Manual for Streets. If they want to go on that basis, then they should use DMRB and provide a display of 70 metres. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
What's the acronym you just used?
Design Manual for Roads and Bridges, which is the standard before Manual for Streets came out. Manual for Streets provides an adjusted reaction time based on the 85th percentile speed measurement.
If I could ask Mr. Kay to come back, please, on the 85th percentile point.
So I'm getting feedback. Yes, I mean, the scheme has been designed for 30 miles an hour, which is the environment that we're present here. I think Melanie Ailey is not erring in her opinion that where available, speed data can be woven into that calculation on visibility display. But I think my point is that either the speed survey information shows that additional visibility display distance is required, in which case that can be shown on a plan for the relevant speed, or indeed that mitigation measures can be thought of through the process of technical approval to make sure that additional signage or centre line markings or line markings on the road, as well as the existing presence of the vehicle actuated sign in the vicinity of this access, are all measures that you can employ to ensure maximum compliance against that design standard.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Anything that anybody else wishes to raise?
There's nothing more from us, sir.
Okay, in that case, I think this is clearly an appropriate time for a break for lunch. Then we can come back with a sort of general wrap-up roundtable session and then the conditions of Section 106 sessions. So it's 1:30. Are we okay with 45 minutes for lunch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else before we break?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. In that case, the inquiry is adjourned and will resume at 2:15. Thank you.
Right, we're in.
Sorry. Okay, welcome back. It's 2:15 and the inquiry is resumed. Okay, so I think up next on the agenda is a sort of general roundtable session, just to generally mop up anything that we think needs to be covered. Now, for that, I didn't know if either parties had any ideas on how to approach this. Obviously, there's my sort of limited range of questions in my email, which could perhaps just get the ball rolling. But I'll just turn to you both first.
Is this the questions you've raised about our proofs of evidence, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Well, shall we, the appellants, start? And there are one or two things there where I think we probably need to turn to Mr. Ranatunga. Indeed, he may want to comment on some of the things that we have to say. But is it easiest if I, as it were, walk you through our responses to those questions?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the first one relates to the affordable housing proof of evidence, and you've drawn attention to the fact that the figures from the 2014 SHMA are quite different to the 2015 one, and you've asked why. So it's not presented in quite this way, but I think you will actually find the answer in the proof of evidence of Mr. Stacey. It's his paragraphs 510 to 512 talk about the assumptions for the 2015 SHMA, sorry, the 2014 one, and 521 to 523 with the 2015. The short answer to your question is that the calculation in 2015 was carried out on the basis of different assumptions. So, for example, the backlog period over which it looked extended from 13 to 24 years. The income threshold, the assumptions that are made about the amount of your income you're prepared to spend on rent increased from 25 to 35%. The income threshold for ability to purchase, or rather the assumption at how much you're allowed to borrow, more accurately, increased from 3 times income to 3.5 times income. And the single person threshold, the age, increased from under 25 years to under 30 years. So the short answer is, I won't say it's an apple and pears comparison, but they were based on different assumptions, and I think that explains the difference in the numbers. I mean, you will, yes, okay. I don't know if that answers your question, sir, but
yes, it does. Thank you.
Good. The affordable housing need is calculated using the Sedgefield method. We haven't expressly agreed that with the local authority. It's probably for Mr. Ranatunga to indicate if there's a disagreement with the approach.
I don't believe there is a disagreement on that approach.
Okay, thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you. So your next question related to mineral resource and the position of Essex County Council. And I hope I've covered that in my opening statement. There are 3 letters from Essex in the course of 2021. The position at the end of the day remains one of objection, albeit some of the points taken have been softened slightly from the earliest correspondence. But that's why we've produced evidence in relation to the viability of the resource.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of the self-build proof of evidence, is there a charge on the council's self-build register? Our understanding is no. I'm sure Mr. Ranatunga can confirm that. I see him nodding.
Correct, there's no charge on that.
And then you've asked whether paragraph 4.4 is accurate, and in particular, you've made reference to the fact that in other cases you've been involved in, some single dwelling permissions have been counted. So what Mr. Moja says is his evidence is based on the council's response to our freedom of information request. And so therefore, I mean, in essence, he's taken the figure that's been given to us by the council. He hasn't himself interrogated single dwelling permissions. He does note that the mere fact that a permission is for a single dwelling doesn't mean that it would necessarily meet the statutory definition of being self-build or custom build, and I'm sure you'll understand the reasons behind that. But he hasn't drilled down into the single permissions the council has granted. He's simply acted on the basis, or his evidence is based on the FOI response. I don't know whether Mr. Ranatunga wants to add anything to that.
Well, I think I'll bring in Neil Jones in a moment on this, but I just wanted to respond actually just slightly more fully to both those points. You know, the question of whether there's a charge to be on the register, you know, just in terms of where that point goes. I mean, as a matter of fact, there is no charge, but it is right to note that, you know, if there is a charge, that might be a reason why people don't want to go on the register and it doesn't reflect the accurate position.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And it might, equally, it might cut both ways. If there's no charge, which is the position, people might take a frills-free approach, which is why they're not on it as well. So just to sort of add that context. In terms of the second point, it's right to say, and I'll let Neil follow me on this, but the freedom of information request answers was taken at face value, and those are accurate answers. But we have, following your question, just tried to understand what the background to that is. And as my learned friend Mr. Brand does state, there are questions of whether or not we've granted single permissions, but the conditions don't meet the definition. And also whether or not we've captured all the required information in that FOI response. So I'm sorry, the answer is not black and white. I mean, it's black and white in terms of the FOI response that we gave, which is technically correct. But there is, I understand, something of a context behind it. I just might bring in Neil on that, Neil Jones on that, please.
Thank you. So just to add, so when we've investigated this further, it has become apparent that there is a small number of permissions where we have granted self-build plots which haven't been recorded accurately. So I'm not sure, I'm not suggesting for a moment that's to any significant scale or to any significant number, and I certainly don't think it would have a bearing on the weight that the council would accept, which should be significant, which I think is Mr. Moga's and the appellant's point. But I think to simply have it recorded that the council's granted no self-build permissions, I think is perhaps inaccurate. But I think the view that we've taken is it would be a sort of rather fruitless exercise to present evidence on the fact when actually it doesn't significantly have a bearing on weight or the matter that's before you, sir. So just a little bit of context, if that's helpful.
We have in the council's opening, of course, acknowledged that it can be significant favourable weight for that matter.
I'm grateful for that, sir. I think in the light of that, I've got nothing to add.
Yes, me too. If there's common ground on the ultimate conclusion, I don't think this inquiry is the right place to go into.
Happy to accept that there may be one or two or three, a handful that have been granted, but if there's no, in that sense, it may not be strictly accurate to say there are none. You understand why that was said, that it might not be, but we've got to move on. but in the broader scheme of things, it doesn't make a difference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And so going back to your note, I think the last thing you raised was Sport England, and you've now seen their letter, which has become CD 77. They have formally withdrawn the objection, but as you've noted, they've asked for a number of conditions. I don't think at the time they wrote that they would necessarily have seen the Section 106 agreement. Some of the matters that they have raised are covered or probably covered by the Section 106 agreement, but we can probably pick that up most conveniently in the section on conditions and 106, sir.
Okay, Mr. Rantunga?
Yes, entirely agree.
That makes sense to me as well. Thank you. Is there anything else? Yes,
well,
carry on.
That's all I've got, unless I'm missing a page of your questions, which I don't think I am. Those are the only other points that I had to raise, sir.
Yes, and I'm just looking now at my notes I made before, and everything I've made notes on has been covered already by the interested parties section.
Very good.
So yes, I'm happy to move on if the council are as well. Okay, thank you. In that case, then it's conditions. Now, if we can all just draw up my conditions document with the suggested changes. So I'll do that as well.
So at this stage, I'm going to bring Mr. Spencer in, and I'll turn my microphone off so we don't get unnecessary feedback.
Okay.
Likewise, I'll bring
in. So shall we be starting with condition 1? And from our point of view, we've got no objections to the inclusion of the plan numbers in that condition. That's fine for us.
Okay, yes and no, yeah, there's nothing of substance there, it's just a question of presentation. And then condition 2, well, so 2 and then 2 more conditions. Again, this is just a kind of pin standard approach to achieving the same thing, and I'm hoping that there's no particular concern if I were to adopt that approach as well, in terms of splitting them up.
No objection from us on those.
You're on mute, Mr. Spencer. I don't know if you did that was on purpose or not.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got no objections to your changes to condition 2 or the 2 new conditions below that. That's fine for us.
Okay, and the council? Okay, thank you. So yes, condition 3. I understand the general conformity parameters plan element, and I understand limiting the dwellings. The rest of the description of development there I wasn't entirely sure that was necessary. And I was wondering if it could even cause problems. I was trying to think through what those problems might be, but I just wanted us to talk through that to make sure that we're comfortable with this.
Before we do, can I just, I mean, your comment about understanding the need for the cap on the number of dwellings, and I'm not resisting this at all. I mean, there's no reason why you can't have the belt and braces, but I think if one thinks about the Finney judgment, actually you probably don't even need a condition there to limit the number of dwellings to 230, because it's in the description of the development and you can't go beyond that. But I'm not standing in the way of a condition. We don't intend to build more than 230, so. But I think it just gets swept up in your overarching question, to what extent is any of the condition necessary?
Yes, it's unusual to have essentially description of development in a condition, even for an outline scheme. So maybe if I could understand from the council if what their rationale is behind this one.
I think it would be the council's usual practice to include that, sir, and just in terms of clarity, covering it, but equally, yeah, if you feel it's inappropriate or unnecessary, then I'm not seeking to argue that point.
Okay. So perhaps we leave that then as something for me to make as my own judgment going through, and perhaps I can review the fee judgment as well. But I'm probably erring on the side of including it because I can't see it causing any harm in terms of the number of dwellings. Okay, thank you. Condition 5. Yes, is this duplicating building regs at the start of this condition? And
So,
also, do they need to be submitted or just compliance?
sorry, so I might try and help with that one if that's okay.
Mhm.
So this is something that the council puts on routinely now. As you'll have seen from the policy, the local plan, there's a requirement in terms of making sure that certain elements of the housing provision within developments is built to a higher standard than the basic building regs standard in terms of accessibility. So the M4 category 2, accessible and adaptable, and M43, the wheelchair accessible bungalows. The problem that we found previously, sir, is where we've had conditions where developers have been required to simply provide dwellings on that basis. There's been a number of instances where dwellings have been built, and then when we've either checked them or we've asked for proof that they've been built to the required standard, it's been found that unfortunately the architect or designer has misinterpreted regulations, or that there's been some sort of misunderstanding between the developer and the site. I hasten to add, this isn't aimed at Bellway specifically, this is just generally. And for that reason, what the council's seeking to do here is make sure that the properties are designed to the appropriate standard at the design stage. So before the work starts on site, footings are put in, buildings are erected, because we found that if we're simply checking compliance at a later stage, it can be very difficult or impossible to unpick properties if they haven't been built to the required standard. If, for example, a stairway has been put in which is too narrow, sometimes it simply won't be practical or possible to remove the stairway to put in a wider stairway to comply with the regulations at a later stage. So we consider this to be the most appropriate way of making sure that the drawings that are being provided to the site for construction have been do comply with the relevant standards.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that all sounds logical, and it's, as you say, it's standard wording. I think on that basis, I'm happy to keep I and II as worded. If we perhaps then go to part 3, just remind myself of my notes. Yes, is it necessary and why only for affordable? So again, I'd just ask for the background on that, please.
Yep, so if I can help with that as well, sir. So I would accept that actually, whereas compliance with the building regs, sort of M42 and 3, is a technical matter which requires, I think a building inspector or somebody with that technical knowledge to interrogate the plans. Compliance with the nationally described space standards is a more straightforward matter, which humble planning officers would be able to deal with as part of the reserved matters submission. So with the benefit of hindsight, I think 3 doesn't necessarily need to go in there, but perhaps what we could do, sir, if you were agreeable, is to have a compliance condition which says that the dwellings on the scheme, if it's approved, should comply with the NDSS. And then obviously that sets the scene in terms of the reserved matters submission, so it's clear that the council's expectation and requirement in terms of policy would be that all dwellings comply with the NDSS.
Okay, thank you. Is the appellant happy with that suggestion?
Yes, my understanding is that NDSS is required on all dwellings in the local plan policy anyway. So I think we're fine to have a condition that confirms that.
Okay, thank you. The last part of this condition, is this a duplication of parts 1 and 2?
So the parts 1 and 2, sir, are what we would term a design certificate.
Okay.
So that's requiring, so before the houses are built, to actually have them assessed so that we can be clear that they're being built. Sorry, I should have said, so part 1 is a design certificate. The part 2 is then a compliance. It's in respect of M43. So there's 2 different standards that we're looking for here. So the majority of the affordable housing needs to be built to M42, which is the accessible and adaptable standard. The second limb is for M43. So there are a number of wheelchair accessible bungalows or dwellings that the council would require. So sorry, the reason for having 1 and 2 is that there's 2 different sort of confirmations that the council's seeking that the majority of the dwellings will be compliant with M42, but the ones which are identified as being required as M43 are obviously designed to that appropriate standard. And then the last part of the condition, which you were questioning there, that's actually the compliance part. So when the properties are actually built, the building inspector goes out, obviously checks them again, and he or she confirms that they've been built to the required standard.
Okay, all right, thank you. Condition 6. Yes. So what are the particular concerns that have led to the requirement for an updated noise assessment report? I'm not questioning. I'm fairly certain you'll have good reason. It's just easier for me to ask the question.
That's okay, sir.
Tell me.
So I think this relates back to the council's environmental health officer's assessment of the application and the noise report. So I think they've noted that the assessment is based on sort of or is drawing on the illustrative layout. So I think the point that they were actually making was because obviously all matters are reserved in terms of layout and so on, something different could come forward. So if something substantially different were to come forward at reserved matters, the noise report would need to be updated to reflect what it is that's actually coming forward for approval.
Okay, thank you. Condition 7, I've just suggested they're living conditions rather than amenity, just because that's the word that PENs use for amenity. Hopefully that's uncontroversial. And then we go over the page. Yes, phasing. As you can see there, I thought there'd be more to do with this in this schedule. So it's just an understanding of perhaps the appellant would be best placed on this, just to understand how you actually will be constructing this.
Yes, I can confirm that the appellant's intention is to build development out as a single continuous phase. So we don't see any need for phasing or any phasing related condition.
So do we even need to have the words or phase each relevant phase, or is that, because I was thinking if that's to be kind of backup, then is that sufficient? Would there need to be other conditions allowing for the possibility of phase development to be able to cross-refer to? Because normally if it is phase, there's normally a condition requiring details of the phasing to be provided, and then all the other conditions refer back to that condition when necessary. So is this slightly redundant, or if phase each relevant phase? Would there have to be a section 73 if they were phasing and just change everything?
I think from the council's point of view, sir, I think we weren't anticipating it to be a phased development, and our experience of working with Bellway on other developments of this size is that they don't tend to be phased. I think, if I'm perfectly honest, the reference to phasing there was probably slipped through when we were drafting the condition, so we'd have no issue with the removal because it is superfluous.
Okay, thank you. I've asked about bats there. I can't remember now. Recall. Is there another condition later on that talks about this as well? Which might mean there is no need to talk about bats at this stage.
But we have no objection to including reference to bats there if you wanted to do that, sir.
Perhaps this is something I take away, and when I'm going through them, if I am allowing, then I'd have to deal with all the relevant cross references. Okay, thank you.
I think, sorry, sir, just if it helps you, just on that, the start of condition 7, where it talks about the lighting, it does say the lighting scheme should be designed to promote personal safety, protect living conditions and the nighttime landscape and biodiversity. So I think if when it comes to Bellway designing a lighting scheme or the council approving it, we'd be ticking off those relevant bits. So I think we would be comfortable that when we come to consider biodiversity, we'll be mindful of bats. But equally, if you think it's appropriate to add a particular reference, we'd have no issue.
Okay. Condition 9. Yes, what does an ecological trend mean?
I think we were happy for the council to answer that one.
Thank you. I'm just trying to find some notes because I had to check with my ecologist, sir. I'm advised that the term ecological trends is a rather broad term which relates back to British standards conditions. There's no definition as such for the statement. Really, it's taken to be a sort of statement that the LEMP should be supported by evidence to demonstrate how particular ecological features present on the site have been considered and how the management will be adjusted accordingly. So that's, I don't know if that's particularly helpful or adds anything to your understanding, but that's the explanation that I was given by our ecologist.
Okay, it seems vague, but also harmless enough. So I think I'm happy to keep it in. Okay, thank you. 12. Yes, I'm concerned by that last bullet point for the reasons I've set out. So I'm just interested in both parties' opinion on that, please.
So I can perhaps add something on that. So I think that the issue that we've had, sir, or increasingly are having as a local authority, obviously responsible for refuse collection, is that there are an increasing number of private roads within developments, obviously not adopted by the Highway Authority. They're built to variable standards, so that's part of the reason for the condition. But also there's an issue with the council receiving claims from the owners or management companies of private roads where they're claiming that the road has been damaged by the refuse vehicle. Now, the council's position is, you know, if we've acted irresponsibly, so, you know, if the lorry's mounted a curb or something like that and damaged it, then that's obviously understandable and we'd be expected to pay for the damage. But if there's simple wear and tear from the refuse vehicle accessing it, we don't consider it appropriate that we should be having to deal with claims from the owners of private roads. So that's really what the condition was trying to seek to do, to protect us against that. Although I obviously note your point that you're concerned that that's going beyond our or beyond planning powers.
Yes, Mr. Spencer or Mr. Brown.
Yes, so from our point of view, we have our doubts whether this part of the condition meets the tests of being reasonable in all other respects and necessary. Having said that, if you did decide that it was necessary and reasonable, then I think it's something we could live with.
Okay, Mr. Brown, I'm not sure if you have any further thoughts on the whether or not this goes beyond planning powers from a legal perspective.
I think my starting point would be that it would be entirely within planning powers to make sure the road, even if it's not to be adopted highway, is built to a sufficient standard, including whatever load it needs to bear, and that it would make more sense for the condition to be directed at that, making sure that the internal driveways are built to a sufficient standard than it does to be seeking an indemnity for what might happen if they're not. That's my initial response.
Okay, thank you. Let's just read the condition.
And indeed, so you'll note in part the condition already seeks to do that. I mean, one of the things that it mentions is, for example, confirmation of a 26-ton carrying capacity of all roads intended for use by local authority refuse vehicles. That's the kind of thing that I had in mind, and that would seem to me to be well within planning powers and something that it's reasonable to try and achieve.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I have to say there are quite strong reservations about that last bullet point, not the principle, but the within planning element of it, for the reasons that we've just been discussing. I'm just wondering if I were to rely on sufficient standard, whether the other bullet points do capture everything that's needed. Mr. Brown's obviously highlighted the 26-ton carrying capacity. Is there anything else the council would want to see from that perspective?
No, I don't think we have anything further to add, sir.
Okay, thank you. And then I've changed perspective to relevant. Is that a necessary change? Is that? I'm not sure if there are any. Are there any concerns with changing that word?
No concerns from the council, sir.
No,
Okay, thank you. Condition 13, yes. Do we need this with the new building regs?
So from the council's point of view, sir, I think we would say that it is still important. So whilst the building regs are obviously excellent news in terms of actually making sure or requiring provision, it's how it's provided and making sure it's done in an appropriate manner. So we obviously work very hard with developers to get attractive developments that work, which are safe and attractive and so on. So we're trying to make sure through this that actually it's not just the provision of the charging units, but how they're done, particularly in terms of any parking which is provided off plot, where it is more difficult and where it could be provided in a less attractive manner. So we would still say that the condition is necessary even with the building regs.
Okay, Mr. Spencer, anything to add?
Well, with that in mind, I don't think we've got any objections to the retention of the condition.
Okay, thank you. 14. Yes, should it include the landscaping reserve matters as well?
We don't tend to reference that ourselves, sir, but we'd have no objection to it be added. We would usually just be content with referencing appearance and layout, but no issue with landscape being added.
Likewise, we've got no issue with it being added.
Okay, thank you. Condition 17. Yes, so obviously I've made the comment there about wanting to make sure we're on top of this in terms of licensing. And my question there about great crested newts, perhaps you could just take me through where we stand on it, please. And obviously that would be something I could take away when I'm reading the relevant biodiversity documents as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeking a change to condition 17, but perhaps if I start by answering your questions first. So I've spoken to the appellant's ecologist, and he advises that condition 17 doesn't relate to any European protected sites. Instead, it relates to the local population of great crested newts, including on 2 ponds on site and potentially in the boundary habitats. He says it will be for himself to assess after detailed plans are available at the reserve matters stage whether a licence is required for this local population of newts, having regard to the 3 tests of the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations 2017, and that Natural England will not advise whether a licence is required, but will comment on whether any application for a licence meets the aforementioned tests. The appellant's ecologist will seek to avoid impacts on great crested newts wherever possible and propose mitigation measures where this is not. The ecologist also expects to create new habitats on site to help achieve a biodiversity net gain overall. The potential impact on great crested newts is covered in paragraphs 5.7 and 5.8 of SES's latest ecological impact assessment, which is submission document 55 that went in with the original appeal.
Okay.
And those paragraphs conclude there'll be a negligible residual impact after mitigation. So hopefully that answers your question, sir.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. So moving on to our requested change, it relates to Part B of the condition. And our ecologist tells us that Natural England do not provide statements to confirm whether licenses are not required. And ultimately, it'll be up to the ecologist to assess and decide that. Therefore, we don't believe that we can comply with Part B of the condition as drafted. And we're requesting that it's amended to read a statement in writing from a qualified ecologist at the beginning, rather than a statement in writing from Natural England.
Okay. Yes, what does the council think about that?
So I've taken advice from our ecological consultant. Sorry. So they've advised me that the condition they believe should remain in place. They've pointed out the fact that the council need to have certainty that they're doing everything within their powers to avoid a potential wildlife crime, to be compliant with Section 17 of the Crime and Disorder Act 1998 and the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations 2017. They've gone on to say, because in fairness to the appellant, this condition was queried and whether it could be complied with. Our ecologist has advised that Natural England are aware of the model condition that this is, and that they have recommended that local authorities do use this. The ecologist has gone on to reference a meeting where this was discussed at the British Standards Institute, which set out sort of national model conditions in terms of ecology. I won't read all of that section out and the people that are there, but suffices to say Natural England were obviously involved in that and signed off on it. We are aware that the British Standard conditions are being reviewed. However, at this time, no updates have been produced. So we still feel that the British Standard conditions should be applied. The ecologist has further advised that they have dealt with discharge of conditions where Natural England have provided advice on licence applications where applicants have used their discretionary advice service. So it's not impossible, I am advised, to get something from Natural England to cover that point. And for that reason, we feel the condition should be left as it stands, sir.
Okay, how do I resolve this? I'm getting basically opposite views from different ecologists on how this actually works. Is there a way through this in terms of rewording the condition to be slightly more?
There is a way through it which steps completely outside everything you've heard so far, sir, which is to say it's an offence to go and do the things that the condition is seeking to control, unless you've either got a licence or a licence isn't needed. This is actually covered by other legislation. You do not need a condition in order to deal with it. And I appreciate that, up until now, we haven't pushed back too hard on the principle of a condition if it's appropriately worded. But, you don't need a condition to tell people that they can't go out and commit offences.
What's the council's thoughts on that?
I think if I can just comment, just from the council's perspective, and then Mr. Jones can follow up. I think what lies behind the condition is the precautionary approach and the thrust of the legislation, which is to prevent any harm and to take a cautious approach. And that's why I take the point that, ultimately it's there to prevent an offence, and that is something that would be covered elsewhere. But it's still reasonable to seek a condition like this, and it could meet the tests.
I think just to echo what the ecologist said in terms of the duty on the council to actually make sure that wildlife crimes do not occur. So there is an onus on the council to take action rather than simply rely on people complying with the law. There is a statutory duty for us to make reasonable steps to avoid something like that occurring.
What is the precise statutory duty?
would it be easier if I sent it on an email and copied the appellant in? Because I will simply be reading out the email from the ecologist again. So I can read it out again if you want, but I'm equally happy to send it through in an email after, if that's easier.
I think it might be helpful, although obviously I'd then probably want to give the appellant an opportunity to respond to that as well.
That's fine. I'll get something written up and I'll send it through to the appellant at the same time. And then obviously, if they wish to comment, they can add on to that as well, if that's helpful for you, sir.
I think that would be helpful, yes, if the appellant are okay with that approach. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
thanks.
I think it's as far as we can go on that condition right now then. So condition 20. So I think there's a typo, and then I'm not sure what the parcels are, where they're defined. Well, really, I think the condition, my questions are all self-explanatory, really. So maybe I'll just hand it over to the council initially, just for your responses to that, please.
Yeah, so so with regards to the parcels, they are shown on an indicative drainage network plan within the flood risk assessment. So there's a drawing reference which I can give you, sir, so that could be added to the conditions so it's clear where the parcels are.
Okay, so what's the reference, please?
So it's drawing 2002470-008.
Okay.
And that's the indicative drainage network plan, which is in the appellant's FRA.
Okay.
With regards to climate change, the relevant third party, the conditions come from the lead local flood authority. Having spoken to them, I think the point they're making is if the Environment Agency or the subsequent body who has responsibility for setting climate change in terms of flood risk assessment were to change the allowance for climate change, but that would be built into the agreement. So if, I don't know, because of the emerging weather patterns or research, the Environment Agency said that 45% allowance was required for climate change. That's what the condition is seeking to cover there.
Okay, I'll come back to the appellant in a moment on that. And also, is it a typo, the 1 in 1 year greenfield rate?
Yes, sorry, sir, that is.
What should it be?
Oh, sorry, I haven't written that down. If I come back to that, it was just one other, just on the discharge point and swales. Sorry, then I'll have to check that greenfield rate. In terms of the permissions, I think that's unfortunately we've taken at face value the wording from the LLFA. I think sometimes there are instances where the discharge will be into a stream or watercourse which is controlled by another party, and that isn't the case here. It just, as I understand from the flood risk assessment, it's discharging to watercourses within the site. There is the the FRA states a need to get consent under the Land Drainage Act, but I don't believe that needs to be covered by the condition. So I believe that reference to relevant permissions could be taken out. And then the use of swales, which is referenced. I think the point there is that the LFA are setting down their preference. So swales are referred to in the outline FRA as being part of the solution, and what the LLFA are trying to do is encourage their use to make sure it's not lost, so that when the detailed scheme comes forward, swales aren't omitted in terms of some other engineering solution which might be less advantageous in terms of aesthetics or ecology or so on. So I think it's simply trying to establish sort of priorities and preferences in terms of the scheme that comes forward. So it's not being prescriptive in terms of how many or the size or whatever, but just the principle of their use being captured by the condition.
Okay, thank you. If I can, yes, let the appellant come back on those points as well, please.
Yep, thanks. So I have checked these points with the appellant's drainage engineer, and I'm told that the 1 in 1 year greenfield rate figure is correct, apparently.
Okay.
The next point about the drawing number. We've got the same response as Mr. Jones, so we agree with that. Likewise, on the EA guidance and the relevant third party, so nothing further to add there. And on the point about other permissions, our engineer advises that this is a standard clause in conditions the LLFA tend to apply. And in this case, it would mean an application to discharge surface water into the existing ditch or swale in accordance with Section 23 of the Land Drainage Act 1991. This is normally a straightforward process.
Okay, so you think it should be retained? Okay.
But I think we're comfortable with it being retained, yeah.
Okay.
And then the final point about reference to swales, drainage consultant advises that his preference would be that it would refer to above ground suds instead of swales, which essentially achieves the same thing, but is a slightly broader definition.
Okay, I think I'm more comfortable with the broader that is, the better, because I think really it's just for the council and the appellant to agree through the discharge to condition process what the measures should be rather than stipulating them all now. Let me just think through one-to-one. Okay, so the council, you thought it was a typo though. I don't think I've ever seen one-to-one. It's always been one to some other number that's higher. But I'm trying to think what that actually refers to now as to why it's accurate.
Sorry, so yeah, I did think it was a typo, although I hadn't corrected it on my my note in front of me. But I've just checked the LFA's recommendation, and it is 1 in 1 year. So apologies for that.
Okay, fine. Let's just leave it then. Okay, and obviously at the end of this condition, I've deleted the last bit as unnecessary. Any thoughts on that? I mean, obviously you can if you want to, but I don't think it's necessary to require it in a condition.
I think it's been found to be useful in terms of discharging the condition, particularly where we've got an outline drainage strategy, which has been presented as part of an outline application, and then obviously a detailed scheme comes forward later to highlight what the changes are. So I think his experience of dealing with that, because these things do tend to change, and that's why it's been put in to aid with the discharge of conditions.
Okay, I mean, I think it probably would be useful, but I don't think it passes the 5 tests. I think that's probably my concern. Mr. Spencer, anything to add to that?
No, I think we're pretty relaxed on that point either way, really.
Okay, thank you. That's just a grammatical change to 21. 22, again, grammatical at the top, and then in the middle. But then my next comment. Oh yes, so we call them tail pieces. Pins don't like the unless otherwise agreed. Please discharge condition element. We think that's not necessary, and there's nothing stopping you just redischarging a condition without needing to be explicitly stated. So we normally delete those, if that's okay with both parties.
That's fine with us, yep.
Okay. And then I thought it was going beyond the level of detail necessary for a condition. The second element I've deleted. Again, what are your thoughts, please?
So from the council's point of view, just for context, so the guide that's referred to was drawn up by the Essex local authorities, so the environmental health officers and specialists at different authorities. So it seeks to set out the requirements for or the approach and the requirements in terms of discharging this condition within Essex, so as to establish a degree of uniformity and to assist all that are involved in the process. I think it's useful still to have it included because it sets out the council's expectation requirement in terms of what type of evidence and the process that needs to be evidenced through the report. So that's why it was included, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Spencer, anything?
We have no objection to its inclusion.
Okay, thank you. I just had to consider whether or not I think that goes beyond if it actually meets the test for inclusion, but I understand the reasoning behind it now, so thank you to both of you. 23. Let me just read this again from the start. Yes, I was just moving it around really within the condition. Hopefully that's uncontroversial in terms of the 5 days.
That's fine with us, yeah.
And then I thought it would be important to say relevant part of the development so as not to unduly restrict construction works in different parts of the site. Is that reasonable to both parties, or is it not necessary?
No, council, I have no objections to that, sir.
Likewise, we've got no objection.
Okay. Thank you. So condition 25, I had no problem with the principle, but I just wondered if it could just be in the CMS as a bullet point.
Yes, sir, I would agree that it could be incorporated as an additional bullet to condition 24.
Yes, we agree too.
Okay, thank you. And then I've set out my point about the trigger on condition 26, which I don't think I need to read out because it's self-explanatory. So again, what do the council think about that?
Our usual practice again, sir, would be to put it on the outline permission. This is the permission that we're granting for a large development like this. We'd always want to see samples of materials, so we would consider it to be appropriate to include within the original permission. Yeah, I don't think I have anything further to add beyond that.
I was wondering, would the appellant in reality know what bricks it was going to use, etc., at that stage in the process?
I think the answer is probably not. Even our reserve matters submissions typically specify a colour or a type of brick, but won't include a specific manufacturer, because bricks and tiles, etc., often go in and out of stock. But providing we can provide those samples and those details prior to above ground commencement, then that's a trigger we can certainly live with. So whether the conditions on this permission or the subsequent reserve matters consent is sort of by the by to us, really, as long as the trigger is as stated.
Okay. Okay, on that basis, then I think I'm happy with the condition as worded. Thank you. Yes, construction work hours again, condition 29 again. Can this be incorporated into the CMS or not?
So we would usually have this as a separate condition, sir. So the CMS would usually be, sorry, jumping in, but the CMS would usually be the developer submitting details of how they're going to approach certain things like dust suppression and that sort of thing, where there's different approaches that can be taken. We feel working hours is slightly different in that these are the standard requirements, certainly where there's any residential properties nearby. We didn't think it made a great deal of sense to be asking for a CMS where we're asking for details to be provided of certain things, but then be prescriptive in terms of saying, and your working hours need to be this. So we felt it made more sense to have that as a separate compliance condition.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense to me. Are the pen happy with it as well?
Yes, we're used to having this condition as a standalone condition in Braintree District, so it's fine with us.
Thank you. Condition 30, again, another one I thought might be for the CMS.
I would say it's the same point again, sir, in terms of it being a compliance point. So we're not asking for the developer to state whether they're going to burn things or not. It's a simple statement that they're not to, and we think a compliance condition is more appropriate again.
Okay, thank you.
Again, we're satisfied if it's a standalone condition.
Thank you. So condition 31, lots of ecological comments there. And then condition 35. So condition 35 is essentially saying, please do all the ecological measures which you said you're going to in your documents. So I was wondering whether that was almost like part I, and then condition 31 was part II of the same condition. Equally, I'm not hugely concerned by this either way.
I think the council's preference would be to, as it's drafted, sir. I think rather than trying to make the condition more complicated or complex than it is at the moment, but that would be our view.
Okay.
We don't have a strong feeling either way, so.
Okay, thank you. Condition 34. So what's condition 27? I suppose the council are going to say the same thing we just said about the CMS conditions, separating them out because one's compliance and one is for details.
We could do it, although in this case, I would be more comfortable with merging them if you wanted to, in because they seem to sit more comfortably alongside each other, sir. But I'm not too troubled either way.
Okay, thank you.
Likewise, we don't have a strong feeling on that either way.
Thank you. And obviously when I was deleting the bit underneath, that's just where there was copying and pasting had gone wrong in the document rather than deleting the conditions. So condition 35. So I was wondering about that first. I didn't put any comments in my note to you, but just reading it again, I'm thinking about that first line, unless revised under a condition of this consent or legal obligation tied to it. I'm wondering if that is almost like a bit like a tailpiece, but the other way round. So I'm thinking aloud now. Okay. Okay, I think I'm happy with it if both parties are. Okay, thank you. Obviously 38, that's just a grammatical change. And then at the end, 2 questions. One, pins don't reference organisations like the Highways Authority because we leave it to the local planning authorities to consult with whoever they need to consult, and it doesn't need to be in the condition for that to happen. But then obviously I've got my supplementary question, which is, do we need it, given that we've got the RMAs coming forward? So just that's an open question to both of you.
So from the council, sir, yeah, the reference to the highway authority shouldn't be there. I acknowledge that, so more than happy to see that removed. In terms of the carriageway width, it will be controlled through the reserved matters. I think that because the public transport and the bus access into the site is considered to be an important aspect of it, and for that to be able to happen, the carriageway would need to obviously be designed appropriately. I think it's establishing that parameter as part of the outline permission. So we think the condition as amended without the highway authority it still has relevance and is useful. But yeah, that would be the council's comments on that point, sir.
Okay, thank you. From the appellant.
So although this will be picked up at reserve matters stage, I think we're satisfied with this condition and that it provides certainty to all parties over what's expected.
I think given what I've heard today about how much how important this issue is to the sort of local people as well, interested parties, I think if I am allowing, I think it is important to be as detailed as possible on this point. So yes, I think I agree it should stay. Thank you. So condition 35. Yes, I thought it might be doubling up. Is it or isn't it? Because obviously ecological impact assessment is referenced in condition 35.
I think the point here, sir, is, and Mr. Spencer may well have something to say in a moment, but I think the point here is that the preliminary ecological assessment has identified the need for further surveys. So that's the purpose of having this. So the development, the previous condition says that development needs to be carried out in accordance with those assessments that have been made, but because in terms of timing, those additional surveys on this particular tree where there's a potential bat roost couldn't be carried out. There's a specific condition requiring those additional surveys to be carried out at the appropriate time. So that's why it was treated as a separate condition.
Okay, thank you. And the appellant's nodding.
Yeah, that's the same as our explanations there.
Okay, thank you. And I think on the issue of bats, it's best on the side of caution. So I think I'm happy with that condition. Thank you. So condition 40, we need to go up to condition 11. That's an arboricultural impact assessment report, including regard to tree removals and location details. Okay, so yeah, a question on that. So is the method statement just going beyond that? Is it an extra level of detail?
So I think on that point, oh, sorry, I think Mr. Spencer was going to speak. Sorry, I've talked over him again.
Yes, my understanding, sir, is that it is an added level of detail and would be appended to the report referred to in condition 11. Having said that, we don't have a strong feeling if it is or if it does remain as a separate condition.
I think just to add to that, just by way of context, so when the application first came to committee, members including Councillor Abbott raised concerns about the removal of trees. The appellant sought to address that by providing additional information, and part of that additional information was a commitment to relocate 2 of the trees which had originally been identified for removal. So that's really going above and beyond the original documentation in terms of trees and protection. And obviously with the trees being relocated, we need to make sure they're done in an appropriate manner and at an appropriate time. So that's why, again, a separate condition was required to cover that point.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any other issues anyone wants to raise with regard to conditions?
Yes, so I'd like to comment on the Sport England conditions.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes. Let's get that up. Okay, yes, please.
So my understanding is that Sport England have requested 4 additional conditions based on their model conditions, and they are condition 9A, 10A, 11, and 21 on their model condition appendix. So just taking each of those in turn, 9A requires details of the design and layout of the sports facility to be submitted and approved prior to commencement. But ultimately those details will be provided as part of the reserve matters application. So we would question the need for that condition. And also Schedule 6 of the Section 106 agreement requires the submission of a pitch facilities specification as well. So we think that condition is covered elsewhere.
So can you just repeat that? Sorry, I was just trying to find the condition itself. Sorry, Mr. Spencer. Just your reasoning why you don't think 9A is necessary.
So the details that condition 9A is seeking will be provided as part of a reserve matters application. Indeed will be necessary for us to obtain reserve matters approval. And in addition, Schedule 6 of the Section 106 agreement also requires the submission of a pitch facility specification. So between them, we think the details required in the condition will be covered elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. I'll come to the council in a moment, but I'll just hear from you, Mr. Spencer, on all of these first.
Okay. So condition 10A requires a detailed assessment of ground conditions, including drainage and topography of the land for the playing field. That's fine from our point of view. We have that information, we can provide it in due course. Condition 11 requires that the playing fields and pitches are constructed and laid out in accordance with a particular drawing, but this is an outline application, and ultimately those details are something to be determined at reserve matters stage. So again, we would say that that condition is not relevant to this application or not necessary. And I'd also, on that point, I'd also note that again, Schedule 6 of the Section 106 agreement includes a trigger for completion of the sports pitches. So that element of the condition isn't required either.
Okay.
And then finally on condition 21, I think this relates to a point that was made by one of the third parties earlier. And this condition requires full details of and design and specification of ball stop mitigation to stop balls flying into other properties or across the bus only section of highway. But we're fine with that condition. We're happy for that to be included.
Okay, thank you. Yes, from the council, your perspective on these conditions, please.
Thank you, sir. So I think broadly speaking, the council were happy that the level of detail which was required in terms of specifications, setting out, fences and so on, we would envisage that as being submitted as part of the playing pitches specification. So whilst they're not explicitly listed within that, we would consider that to be part of the detail that would be required there. The council would consult bodies including Sport England and the FA on the details when they're submitted. So if there was particular issues which those consultees thought was missing, then I'm sure they would make that known through the consultation process, and the council could raise that with the appellants at that point. So I think broadly speaking, we're happy. I think just to stress that the planning pitch specification is to be submitted prior to the first reserve matters, just to clarify on that point. But I think broadly speaking, we were satisfied that the 106 provisions actually cover or would allow the council to cover the issues that have been raised by Sport England with their conditions.
Okay, thank you. That all seems sensible from both sides, so thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you very much. All right, section 106. So again, if we can just draw up my document with comments, please. I can't find it myself now. There we go. Just make sure, did you see that I'd made comments, but that you have to click on the highlighted bit to see the comment? Okay. So should we just go through these one by one? So there's my question on the sterling overnight indexed average. Yes, asking this because I'm not an economist, but it just sort of rang alarm bells because I've not seen it before. And whenever I see something I've not seen before these days, it makes me question it sometimes. So as you can see, I've put my concerns there about potential liability that might cause. So that's just a question to whoever wants to respond, really.
So if I can try and help with that, sir. So the council feel it's appropriate that if a financial contribution is paid, but then for some reason is unspent, that when the money would be returned, the council shouldn't be in a position where it's profited from holding on to that money, because obviously the money would be held on deposit, and it doesn't seem appropriate or fair that the council would do that. Therefore, the agreements that the council drafts usually would contain a provision whereby if a contribution needed to be repaid, it would be repaid with interest. We used to reference the LIBOR rate, which I'm advised is now ceasing, and this SONIA, which is referenced now, is slightly different, but is the equivalent or replacement rate. The sort of finance department at the county council and the district council are both comfortable that this isn't something that's onerous for the council, and would simply be repaying any interest that the council would have earned had the money been on deposit and had been unspent. I would hasten to add, obviously, we don't intend to hold on to the money and return it, so we're very much hopeful that it would never come to pass that we'd have to pay it. But that's what the provision is for. And SONIA is relatively new. I think it did it caught us a little bit by surprise when it first appeared.
Okay, your reference to LIBOR makes things much clearer, because obviously I have seen that before, so that I understand now where it's coming from. Yes, Mr. Spencer, is there anything you need to add to that?
Nothing to add. That was our understanding too.
Okay, thank you. So if we keep on scrolling down. So there's a question here under the open space definition about the overlap or not between maintenance of SUDs and conditions. Because obviously open space that further down has management plans and things. So yeah, just I think it's helped me to understand it, just to talk
There,
it
I
through
can deal with
briefly.
that if that's
Yes,
helpful.
please.
we've put a definition, there's a definition of open space management plan and open space specification. In each of those, we've added or suggesting adding the wording excluding areas of SUDs, because both the detail for the management of the SUDs and the specification will be dealt with by conditions. The reason that the SUDs are referenced in the definition of open space is simply no more magical than to make it clear that the SUDs can exist in the open space, but how they are specified for their technical detail, pipes and stuff like that, and the actual maintenance of the SUDs specifically are dealt with by conditions. So I completely take the point, and I've spoken to the appellant solicitor this morning, and we've put in wording on those two, the management plan and the specification, that just says excluding areas of SUDs, so that there should be no overlap.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Spencer's nodding as well.
Yes, that has been agreed with the appellant.
Okay, all right. I'm happy that to be inserted then in principle. Thank you. We'll obviously come on at the end of this to timings for any revisions. So yes, so the next one is paragraph 4 on page 19, asking if this is a realistic trigger, because there's lots of information there and relevant documents. If it is, that's great. I just wanted to make sure that both parties were comfortable with it.
I think the council's usual requirement would be for it to be provided at that stage. So I think it's important that it's established well in advance of first occupation, which might be an alternative trigger because of several reasons. One is if you were buying a property on a development, obviously you'd want some certainty about where the play areas and the open spaces and whatever are going to go. So we don't want anybody being upset if a play area suddenly appears opposite their property, which they weren't expecting. But also from the developer's point of view, if a management company is being put in place, then they would need some clarity, I would assume, to be able to put those arrangements in place or start putting those arrangements in place, and thinking about things like management charges, which I guess prospective purchasers are going to be interested in because they're ultimately going to paying it. So that's why we think it's appropriate that it's dealt with at that early stage. And in our experience, that doesn't tend to be a problem. Developers don't seem to have an issue with providing the information at that stage.
Okay, so if I turn to the appellant.
Yes, I think on that one, our preference is very much that it's prior to first occupation.
Mr. Jones, did I understand that you would be content with that as well?
No, our position would be that it should be prior to commencement of development. So, because like I say, if the detail is, if the requirement is only to submit and get approval prior to first occupation, that potentially, I mean, depends obviously when it's done, but that is potentially quite close to when people are occupying properties. And certainly if people are buying properties off plan or in advance of their completion, then I would have thought that information should have been needed well in advance. And you know, if a prospective purchaser was asking the council for what's happening opposite their property or whatever, it would seem a bit rum if we're saying, well, we haven't got the specification agreed yet. So we would think it should be at that earlier stage. We wouldn't want to leave it until first occupation, sir.
But is that not a commercial risk for the appellant to take on, rather than something the council specifically needs to be concerned with?
I mean, to a degree, it will be down to the developer, but from experience, I can certainly say that the council will certainly be criticised or face problems with purchasers if they're unhappy that something is subsequently approved after they've built their property, which they hadn't expected. So yeah, that sometimes has included pieces of play equipment, sometimes has included public art, which may seem pretty benign to somebody who's not living there or in the planning profession, but which a purchaser can be quite aggrieved at. And like I say, that the council will be getting as much grief, if not more, than the developer, in my experience.
Mr. Spencer, is it realistic for you to comply with this?
Although our preference is for the trigger to be prior to first occupation, I think it is something we could live with, and we could comply with as prior to commencement.
Okay, and there's no middle ground, is there? no alternative trigger that we can think of that would be sensible.
Can I just add something that might assist with you? I've dealt with a number of these agreements over the years, and from a number of developers, I've actually had the opposite argument that they want these documents approved prior to commencement because there's a general requirement on homeowners to be contributing towards the management company. And if you've got the first 1, 2, 3 houses being occupied, they have no idea what the amount to be contributed to the management company is if the elements of those relevant documents have not been approved. And therefore, well, that's my comment.
Okay, well, on the basis that we seem to have got to an agreed point, I don't think I'll push that any further. We can leave that as it is. Thank you. I suppose it's a very similar question about the allotment specification, paragraph 2.1.3 on page 22.
So yes, the council's happy that the whole of paragraph 2.1 is moved to not to first occupy any dwelling unless and until. So the precise location of the allotments, the identity of the management company, and the allotment specification would have to be submitted prior to first occupation. And that also, your point about funding, there would be additional wording at 2.1.2 to say that the identity of the proposed management company and details for its funding have to be notified. I think on the previous phases, the appellant's absolutely correct that the allotments have gone to the town council, and really the management company is a backstop. If it goes to the town council, then fine, the provisions relating to the management company won't come in. But if it doesn't, then obviously the council needs to be aware of how it's going to be funded. The reason it was left out is because there are all sorts of options for managing allotments if it doesn't go to the town council, and we didn't want to be too prescriptive. But yes, the overall funding detail does need to be provided to the council.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Spencer?
Yes, from the appellant's point of view, we agreed to the change of trigger to prior to first occupation, which is helpful. And although we think it's very unlikely that the town council wouldn't adopt the extended allotment area, it is quite right that we have those fallback provisions of a management company in the event that that does happen.
Okay, thank you. I think you've talked about the funding of that now. So the 2.6.2 comment, I think you've probably already answered by what you were just discussing. Unless you want to add anything more to that.
So yes, I was going to put the wording in 2.1.2. Identity of the proposed allotment management company and details for its funding have been notified to the council and agreed in writing with the council.
Okay, thank you. So affordable housing dwellings. Oh yes. Can we delete the condition that we were talking about a few minutes ago? Because it's in here instead.
So if I can help with that one. Previously the council did include within the section 106 the design certificate and the construction certificate that we were talking about, because we thought that was the appropriate place to put it. What unfortunately we've found is that some building control organisations, including AHBC, won't provide those certificates or letters in connection with a section 106 agreement. They will provide them in connection with a planning condition, but not a section 106 agreement. So in terms of actually having those confirmations that they've been designed and constructed appropriately, they need to be covered by condition. The reference in the 106 is simply defining what the affordable housing is. There isn't actually an obligation or a requirement within the schedule which duplicates the condition, which requires them to provide evidence that they've been designed or constructed to an appropriate standard. So it's simply a definition point setting out the council's requirements in terms of the accessibility standards on the affordable housing.
Okay, thank you. Anything from the appellants on that?
No, I think we're satisfied with that remaining. Okay,
thank you. yes, potential grammatical change on page 34. I'm happy to leave that either way, though.
I don't have a view, so don't mind.
I'll just leave that to the parties. Okay, let's keep going down. So under the highways, yes, why are we building in flexibility is a question I asked. I'm thinking aloud now whether or not this has all been answered by what we've talked about today. So let me just reread this now in that context. We're on page 50. Okay, yes. So are we just not definitive yet on these solutions?
So I'll chip in first, and then Neil will probably need to come in. It's complicated. C1 is the preferred option, and if that goes ahead, then C2 doesn't happen.
Okay.
However, C3 allows for permeability into the site of buses from day one, whereas C1 would only happen, I think the trigger is 100 dwellings. There are a number of options to get buses into the site on the existing network, and none of them have been exhaustively explored at this stage, hence the unless otherwise agreed in writing. It's to allow a conversation to be had as to the best way of dealing with getting buses into the site until such time as the orders are made.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that if the appellant is as well.
There is, however, if I could just refer you to paragraph 3.4 on page 53.
Okay.
This is the paragraph 3 sets the triggers for the highway works, and there is a typo in 3.4. 3.4 is designed to say, in the event that the traffic order required for the scheme described at C1 of the definition is not made, then you can't occupy more than 100 until the works described at C2 have taken place. The typo is that in the second line, C2, which it says at the moment, should say C1 or C Roman 1. I have been in contact with the appellant solicitors and with the Highway Authority this morning, and we all agree that that is a typo. It should be C1. The clause doesn't make sense otherwise.
Okay. Okay. Any further comments from the appellant?
No, sir. We're happy with the additional flexibility that C3 provides.
Okay, thank you. And I think that was my final comment. So an open question about any general comments, and also do we need to review Sport England's requests again in light of the 106?
No, sir, I don't think we've got any other comments beyond those that I've already mentioned on the conditions that Sport England requested.
So there are the points where they specifically mention planning obligations. So that's the 5th bullet at the top of the 2nd page of their comment. And then underneath, well, the paragraph above indoor sports provision subtitle.
So So I think from the council's point of view, I think we're still broadly happy that the 106 obligation covers it, although it's not as detailed or explicit. As I said, we would certainly consult the Football Association and Sport England as part of dealing with that obligation in the future. I mean, one of the points, because as you'll see, Sport England have listed out a range of facilities that the pavilion building needs to provide. I think that having had conversations with Sport England and the FA, whilst everybody's clear that there is a demand for the grass sports pitches, what the advice is that we don't actually specify what type of pitches are provided in terms of sizes, and the actual use of the site will be determined as and when the site comes forward. So, for example, there is a stronger demand for junior sports football pitches at the moment. So if that were to come through, a pavilion building with adult changing rooms and showers probably wouldn't be appropriate or necessary, because junior football players aren't going to be using that type of facility. So that's why we've perhaps got a slightly higher level specification to be agreed, but we think that specification allows us to agree those details with the appellant as and when the scheme comes forward.
Okay, thank you. That all makes sense to me. Mr. Spencer, are you comfortable with that as well?
Yes, absolutely. And when those details do come forward, inevitably they will be consulted on with Sport England as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments to make on the 106? So how long do we think we need to come up with a revised, engrossed version?
So I can help out partially on that. There is a revised version already been circulated between the appellant solicitor and I, with the amendments that we've just talked about. It's for the appellants to give you a timescale for sealing. I can say from the council's point of view, they can probably seal within 48 to 3 days within getting the agreement. They usually do it the next day. The county council are a little bit more stringent. They only seal on a Wednesday, and they have to have the documents on a Tuesday. Yes. So I'm over to the appellant really as to how long it is for them to get the engrossments produced, and whether you're happy for it to happen in counterparts or not, because that will have an effect on the timescale. And I have flagged I do need to see up-to-date title documents.
So in addition to Bellway, we need to get signatures from landowners, and I would rather ask you for a little bit more time and be comfortable than ask for too little and need to come back. So I'm going to ask at the moment for 14 days.
Then do move it on one, because that's the Wednesday, the 21st.
Sorry, sir, could you say that again?
So 14 days would be the 20th, but do we then make that the 21st to allow for the county council having their day to seal?
Well, if you're happy with that, so yes, let's make it the 21st. I'm sure nothing's going to turn on an extra day if you're comfortable with that.
Do we know if the county council are going off very early for Christmas or anything like that that could scupper this?
If they do, we'll have to get it on the 14th, sir.
Sorry, so can I just ask if you have a view on counterparts? Are you comfortable with counterparts? Because that will significantly speed things up, because the council and the county council would not seal a composite document until the owners and Bellway had sealed. However, if it's counterparts, then they can all be provided to the council, the county council, the owners and Bellway, and the sealing process can be going on as one. And in theory, at least, the county council can get it sealed next week.
That would be helpful.
I'm happy with that. It's a legal thing, really. So as long as the lawyers are happy with it, I'm happy with it.
It's quite usual.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Let's say 21st, so you've got slippage if it doesn't happen next week for some reason.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think then that's everything on section 106.
Yes, so I don't know whether we've still got local residents listening in. I appreciate some of them may have been a bit bemused by some of the discussions, but
yes, obviously, if anyone wants to make any comments in general, then please do so now.
Yep.
Yes, Councillor Lager.
You need to unmute, Mr. Lager. Thank you.
I've just got the button to work. I'm referring to page 59 of the agreement, which talks about the sustainable improvements contribution purposes. And it's just to suggest a very, very minor clarification to the wording in B, which at the moment says pedestrian and cycle improvements. Well, we're not trying to improve the cycle, we're trying to improve cycle ways or cycle routes. So it might be better to word it and just slip the word route after the word cycle.
Leave it with us. I'm sure we can take that on board or discuss it with council.
It won't shake the world, I know.
I think, I mean, from the council's point of view, I think the broader term is preferable because it gives that flexibility for, like I said, the work that's going to be done through the LC whip. So it could be, you know, rather than a simple stretch of road with cycle ways, it could be a number of different improvements. So we would. The council's preference would be to leave it as it's drafted at the moment because we think that gives the flexibility going forward.
Okay, don't mind.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, so looking at the agenda, actually, before we do that, site visit. So I have the recommended route, and then I've noted the additional elements to look at in terms of the buildings going up towards Oak Road and along Rickstone Road. Perhaps we can now agree, yes, who will be attending and any other kind of logistical elements that we need to talk about. As I said, I think from my personal perspective, I'm just thinking about time because it gets dark early, but at the same time, I do have another commitment tomorrow morning now. Would 1:30 be okay for the starting time? Just give a bit another half hour of daylight.
I'm getting nods from around the room, so yes.
And then I was going to suggest that I follow the walking route as provided, but then go a bit further in terms of those extra roads that we talked about. Now, in terms of being accompanied, do people want this to be accompanied for the entire route or parts of it? Again, I'm in your hands, really.
At the moment, I think so. Our view at the moment, it's probably easier if we try and do the entire route with you. But if there are things that you want to go back and look at on your own, or comes a point at which it's clear that other people are no longer needed, they can peel off at that stage. But we're planning to be with you for the entire route at the moment, I think.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I can't make it because I've got a prior commitment, but I was just asking, are local representatives able to attend as well? In any
yes,
case,
they want to, but I will highlight that we'll be closing the inquiry today. So the site visit is an opportunity for you to point things out that you want me to look at, but we won't be revisiting evidence or discussing things like we have been today. So just as long as
thank you. Familiar with that, having done many in the past.
Okay.
So no, I can't make it, but I'm wondering if maybe Councillor Wright or Ali could, and we know the time, so we'll discuss that.
Yeah.
Where would be the starting? Where would be the starting point?
So I was going to say I start at point 1, I guess, on the map.
Okay.
Is that okay? Is parking around there okay?
Yeah.
Or is there a more logical place?
Getting nods to say parking is possible there, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I'd finish at 7. I'd probably finish at 17. Or would I? No, I'd finish at 22, obviously, and then just have to walk back. Okay, that's fine. Okay. And in terms of clothing, would I need wellies?
It's probably best, isn't it? There was quite a lot of puddle system.
There were quite a lot of puddles out there yesterday, so I mean, when I yesterday. I didn't need Wellingtons, but I was glad I had a pair of stout walking shoes. So I would probably say either Wellingtons or walking boots.
Okay, I tried to stick to walking boots because walking that far in wellies is difficult. And then actually going on the application site, did we decide on that or the adjacent sites?
If you need to, sir, there's not a problem there. I'm not sure at the moment we envisage taking you off any of the sort of. There is one track. There's a path that goes through. That's, I don't know whether that. Yeah, that's all manageable, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I think I'd wear walking boots, probably a warm jacket, looking at the forecast.
Yes, yes, and some gloves as well. I think so.
So point one, I'll just park as near as I can to that, and so we meet at that junction at 1:30. Okay.
And from our side, sir, it will certainly be Mr. Spencer. He may have one or two other members of the team with him, but he will be able to tell you, so you'll know whether you're waiting for anybody else or not.
And from the council?
Just be myself, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on site visit?
No, sir.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you very much.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, councillor. Okay, thank you. So for me, that's everything that I've needed to hear, but I will obviously, as promised, offer the opportunity for closings from both the council and the appellant, if they wish to.
So as far as I'm concerned, I don't have anything else to add.
Sir, I promised I'd spare you a long closing if you gave me the indulgence to start with, which you did. And I think to the extent that other things have been raised, you've got a note of the conversation, sir. I don't need to close. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any costs applications?
No, sir.
Okay, in that case, I've heard everything I need to hear, so thank you to everybody, obviously both the council, the appellant and all the councillors and the other interested parties. It's been a very helpful day. With that, I will close the inquiry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.